how to. He's the best coordinator. Okay, so let's start.
So let's begin. So our first speaker today, well, even though his name is Yevgeny Komrakov, he's from Germany. So he will speak about his experience with the Biotron device technology and, well, extension of active and healthy life. So, like, longevity is one of the most interesting topics in the 21st century, because it has become very, very popular. So let's take a look what Dr. Kornakov will tell us. Let's go.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, my presentation today is about extension of active and healthy life. This presentation based on weak and super weak fields. These fields is rather difficult or impossible to detect, but they can give very good effect. 100 years ago, Alexander Gurevich discovered ultra-weak informational radiation of plants. And actually, on basis of this discovery, Biotron technology works. It's rather obviously that young organism can have good effect on old one. But during last decades, thousands of experiments was done. They transfused blood, organs. They made rather many experiments like parabiosis, when young and old mouse put together so that blood exchange between them. Result is zero or negative. The only brilliant scientist, Дзян Канжень from Khabarovsk, discovered that not blood transfusion or organs transfusion, but using focused, concentrated biological emission from young objects to old have good effect. He make a device, Biotron, which was big copper ball, 2.5 tons of copper was there. And here we can see stand with plants, young plants, and here it is place for patient, bed for patient. I visited Xi'an in 2008, and actually, after 21 sessions, I have good effect. I throw out my glasses and in other different things was very good for my health. And I believed in this technology and tried to agree with Jian Kanzhen about cooperation, but failed. That time, people said that Biotron is very mysterious device. Nobody understands how it's working, but it's very easy. Actually, here you can see two sections of Biotron Xi'an, and main idea is all plants here emit to this part of sphere, and this part of sphere concentrate, focusing bioenergy of these plants on the patient. And we can see here focal zone, and here also focal zone, but on this plane, we can see that focal zone is not very effective because much bioenergy just pass through. And idea of my invention was that I shift this part of sphere to the center here on the distance radius, not diameter, but radius. And then this focal zone also shifted here. And it's appear here common focal zone. This is picture from my patent. Here is two parts of sphere at a distance of radius, and we can see here common focal zone. This is modeling of such device in the optical range in the ZEMEX program. This is example of big Biotron Eco. Last one was built in Vietnam 2018. Here we can see one part of sphere, another part of sphere behind of plants, and on the middle we can see bed for patient. Jian Kanzhen died in 2018. And 2019, official fellows from China come to me, and we agreed about cooperation. Unfortunately, COVID pushed us back on 3.5 years, but anyway, we continue now, and I supplied them such office Biotron for reflex office Biotron, and they compared with this one and found that my Biotron is more efficient in spite of its 100 times cheaper. This is plant activity chart. Here is age of plants, and we can see that the best time to use plants in Biotron is from 5th day to 10th day, actually to 12 days. We found that 12 days. This is compact models of two reflex Biotrons. This is home Biotrons where you can sleep whole night. So it is not many plants, but anyway, we are sleeping every day 8 hours, and this time for nothing. But here we can use this with good effect to health. Usually 7 nights per month. Why 7 nights? Because 7 days plants working. This is 2 reflex Biotron which I produced before. And if we will see on a section of it, we can see that focal zone is not very effective because it's too big, bigger than patient. And much bioenergy just passed through. I made 4 reflex Biotron, yes, and it permit to have efficiency 2 times better with the same size, with the same quantity of metal, but I make focal zone more compact, and result was at least 2 times. Here office for reflex Biotron, and here professional one. I used 2 models of office Biotron here, and we pushed these models apart. Patient go inside, lay inside, and we shift models together. This camera is for whole body. This is very effective sitting Biotron. It consists of 8 reflectors and 8 parts of focal zone here in the center, where is patient are sitting. Patient is sitting. This is effect of microelectronic fields. Photo made by special equipment with some filters, and we can see all plants emit, and even plants on the window, and also even some leaves on the trees in the street. We are going to arrange mass production in Biotrons in China. Modeling, computer modeling was made, matrix to print reflectors was produced, and this is prototype with plastic reflectors with superimposed mirror aluminum inside. This is a rather funny thing. Several companies in China trying to do business with Biotrons. And Chinese woman, Ma visited Jiang Kanzhen and decided that Jiang Kanzhen not clever enough. She decided that she is much clever, and she put a bed in the big copper ball. She put bed in the center. On the right, you can see a picture from Jiang Kanzhen patent. Here is focal zones in the sphere. And Jiang installed here bed for patient, and here plants. Yes. But Marima just install bed in the center where no any focal zones. So this is just for nothing. This is very expensive equipment, very expensive device, just for nothing. It was a very interesting experiment with old mice. We start experiment when mice was age more than 60 years by human standards. And we divided by 3 groups, 12 mice each. It was one group in the center, in focus, one group outside of focal zone inside Biotron at the wall, and third one was controlled. Result is rather good. We have here control group, here inside Biotron, but outside of focal zone. We can see here quality of life was better, but maximum lifespan is not big difference, only 20 days. But experimental group, which was in the center, in the focal zone, lived several months more. And we can see here video, monthly video of mice. I remind, all mice is the same age. And we can see already here a big difference in looking, how they looking, and big difference in activity, especially compare control group with experimental group in focal zone. This mice is at the wall inside Biotron, but outside of focal zone. They are also rather active. For example, now all mice have age 84 years by human standards. Now 88 years. And you can see all mice in control group actually no moving, just laying, ill, and so on. And all mice in focal zone is looking very good and very active. Now we can see that all control group mice died, but only one mouse still alive in group at the wall. And we can see that this mice in focal zone is very active. You can see now age of mice 96 years, and all control groups died, but we can see how they look and how they moving. They look like young. Of course, they die. For example, for last month was three mice died, but they died on the run. They are not laying, they are not ill, but just running and died suddenly. It's very good thing. I believe everybody dream to die like this, because it is live longer, good looking, and suddenly died on the run. This is 2 mice left, also rather active, 106 years old. And last mouse died 110 years. Now she has 1008 years old. We also measure activity of mobility of mice using international international methodic to measure mobility. We count some events and later calculate all these events and make a graph. This is an experiment with white mice infected with cancer. It was done by very famous institute, biological institute in Pushchino, and I have big report. They make many different things, including blood analysis. And here we can see a big difference in blood analysis. For example, here, erythrocyte. This is norm. And in the focal zone, norm. But rest is much less. And they are was going to continue, but still not. This is modeling of toxicity of mice. It was infected to all mice. It was injected. Sorry, cyclophosphamide. This is medicine which is using during chemical therapy. And dose was so that half of mice should die, 50% die. And the control group, which is red, in 1 month, die 50%. And they have very strong ill here. But mice which use Biotron from time to time, no one died and they ill not long. This is good example that Biotron can be used as a rehabilitation after chemical therapy. This is good and interesting experiment. We used, instead of plants, baby mice. Baby mice age 1.5 months. And we used this construction of Biotron. Here were baby mice, and here were very old mice with age more than 2 years. So it is more than 80 years old in human standards. And we can see that mice and Biotron lived 2 times longer from the beginning of experiment. 1st of April, we begin experiment, and all control group died to the 1st of August, but these mice lived up to December. It's, if we compare square here and square here, it's about 2 times. So you can judge by 1 glance. And what about human? If baby mice very good for old mice, what is for people? Children. But it's impossible because of ethical problems, ethical things. And what to do? 1.5 years ago, I found this table. This table is compatibility of different animals on genome. And we can see, for example, it's some common opinion that pigs are rather close to people. It's so by size of organ. For example, size of heart is about the same as size of heart of pig. Also lungs, also liver, kidney. But if we will compare genome, it's very big difference. Pig is here, together with hippo, whales, dolphin, but human is here. And here, different monkey. Yes, and after monkey, we can see rabbit. Rat and mouse also not too far, but rabbit is very close. And I was in Vietnam 1.5 years ago, and I made a special Biotron, which can be used for rabbits. And I passed 10 sessions together with 18 rabbits, age from 1 to 1.5 months. And I don't know about health effect because I had no any diagnostic to check, but for sure it is very convenient because rabbits have no smell, rabbits have no noise, they are very clean, and also they are looking very good. And it's also cheap. For example, here, farmer discharge a Biotron with rabbits, and they are looking actually very nice. And I believe I will continue. I believe that using of rabbits, it's a rather good future. But of course, you cannot keep a rabbit farm at home. At home is better to use plants. It is also checked, have a good effect, and so on. Now about nematodes. Nematodes is small worms, consist of 1,000 cells only, and we made 50 experiments with nematodes. All scientists in the world use nematodes as first stage. If new technology or new medicine or something like this, they try on nematodes. If effect, then you can continue. If no effect, then stop. No chance, nearly no chance to go further. So we made more than 50 experiments, different experiments with nematodes. They live in only 16 days. For example, to have experiments with mice, it is necessary to wait 2.5 years. With human, 70 years. But nematodes is very useful animals living only 16 days. And we made rather many different experiments. For example, this is control group. We installed it between plants in Biotron. And here is center of the bed. It is focal zone. And we can see that this group, blue, is living as usual, as usual control group, only 16 days. But this group living 20 days, so 21% longer. Everybody thinking that here the best place, but here is the best place in the focal zone. Also, we made very interesting several experiments, 9 experiments, independent. We had 3 groups of nematodes. One group we put inside Biotron with plants. one group we put inside Biotron without plants, and it was controlled. And we can see result that control and without plants just the same, no any life extension. But in Biotron with plants, it is 25% average life extension. This is interesting experiment. We used baby mice and try to effect on nematodes. We were not sure about results, and we had three different groups. One group control, one group we keep 1 hour, and one group we keep 3 hours. And what we found that this is control group, this is 1 hour, this is 3 hours. And we can see by graph also, especially last part of life, 3 hours much worse. So it means it was overdose. So this technology have also overdose. We should be careful. This is a very small Biotron for food. You can put food here. Sorry. We can put food here, and or hand. And we check this small Biotron with nematodes and can see a result. Even this very small device with only 2 trays of plants give us 15% extension of life of nematodes. And it was actually, it was done. My colleague have experience in Sujok therapy more than 10 years, more than 20 years. And he come to me and say, why you make so big Biotrons? Make small one. It's the same. And I made it. It's for reflex Biotron. It's rather strong, but it's very small. And it's also very good for laboratory use. This is also interesting in experiment with water. We just bought water from the shop and put 3 bottles in focal zone, 3 bottles outside focal zone inside Biotron, and control 3 bottles of and give this water to laboratory, special laboratory in Moscow University. And they found that water in focal zone is much better than other. Yes. So we are consist of water. 70% of us is water. And it means that when we laying in Biotron, Biotron change, make our water inside us better. This is a new experiment. We use white female mice, and they are very weak after 4 or 5 pregnancy. And usually they just give these mice to for meat, to zoo, for eagles or some other animals who eat mice. And we took this mice, made 2 groups, 15 white mice each, and we can see now 75 days from beginning of experiment. And up to now, 18 mice alive in Biotron group, 6 mice only alive in control group. And activity also very big difference. You can see here activity of mice. This is two group, control on the right and Biotron on the left. And you can see that activity is much better. We will continue, and I believe all mice in control group will die in 1.5 months or something like this. But as to mice in Biotron group, I believe we should wait a rather long time. This is my mother. Left picture is she was 89, then 90 and 92. In less than in 1 month, she will 93. And 89, she was ready to die. She cannot to go to the shop. She cannot walk on the land. So absolutely ready to die. But I was lucky and have already small Biotron, and she started to use it every month, 7 nights inside Biotron. And actually now she is doing everything. She is very active. She is saying that she will live up to 100 years and so on. Very big difference. This is example of blood. Before session and blood after 45 minutes of in Biotron. No any water, only Biotron. This is example of diagnostic in BioWell equipment. So we can see before picture of energy fields after, and here also we can see before and after chakras. Conclusion. Biotron technology is not radical, but with its regular use, we can rely that we can add 10 to 20 years to your life, maybe even 30. And human sleep 8 hours every day, and this time for nothing. And if use home Biotron 7 nights per month, then you will have good effect, and sleeping time will not will be not for nothing. And also it is rather good, rather important thing is that we are prolonging not only lifespan, but healthy lifespan. And you can see it in videos by mice. Actually, as I can see, no any technology, complex technology with fighting with age in the world. No tablets against age. You have tablet against liver, against blood pressure, against many other things, but complex tablet against age, you have no. And this technology may be like tablet of against age. And last thing is scientists predict that maybe 20, 30 years later, we will have more radical technology to prolong life. But it is necessary to live these 30 years. And I believe that this Biotron technology can help to do it. This is my patents in 58 countries with more than 5 billion people. This is also patents. And about problems. Main problem is, I don't know why, but scientists don't like to check it, don't like to do independent experiments. I organized about 60 pilot experiments with old mice and nematodes, but no any scientist like to do something or refute it. It's very important to understand that it's working with independent experiments. And I am ready. I am ready to provide device free of charge. I am ready also give necessary materials. But nobody wants to do it. I don't know why. I will not stop. I will go on mass market in China and maybe other world. But it's problem of these scientists, actually. Okay, I thank you for your attention. I finished my my presentation.
Okay, so it's a very interesting and an unusual technology, you know, that by constructing some kind of a small house full of greenery, you transmit the life power from these plants to the human who is lying inside this house, small house. So some interesting phenomena of, you know, exchanging. And also that is once again proving that it's very good to spend more time in nature. So being in nature is the best way to recharge your inner life force. So keep it in mind, this research has proved it once again. Okay, so our next speaker is Raman, and Raman is already here.
Hello, everybody. May I ask for screen, please?
Yes. Welcome. The stage is yours.
Thank you. Can you see it, please?
Yes, all good.
Oh, thank you. And the last question. Константин Георгиевич, вы здесь?
Roman, I'm here from the very beginning.
Okay, so at some point I will transfer your mic. Okay, thank you very much for inviting me. Welcome, everybody. I will tell you a very special and touching story. It began many, many years ago, and actually had a continuation only 1 month ago, with help of Professor Korotko. But for the beginning, the topic I will cover is using biowell efficacy measurement for homeopathic proving with innovative frequencies. A few words about me. I'm Roman Buchimensky. I'm founder and director of International Academy of Holistic Medicine, Via Homeopathica. And I'm a homeopath. We will spend a few words about homeopathy. I'm sure that you know about it, but anyhow, just to remind, homeopathy is a science and art based on law of similars. Similia similibus curantur. Like cures like. This postulate was developed by Dr. Samuel Hahnemann from Germany. Also, examples of the use of this method are mentioned early, not only in medical, but also in religious texts. This is one example. And of course, you know that this is a story from Old Testament. When Moses went to Sinai mountain and had his kind of meeting, conversation with God, people downstairs made a gold calf. So when he came back, he took the calf which they had made and burned it with fire and ground it to powder and scattered it over the surface on the water and made the sons of Israel drink it. This is one of the first using of homeopathy. Maybe it's not in a actual nowadays forms, but anyhow. How we prepare these days homeopathic remedies? In the Hahnemannian syntestimal method of patentization, 1 drop of mother tincture is added to 99 drops of triple distilled alcohol and water diluent in a new, clean screw cap glass vial. After the initial process, successive serial dilutions are made, accompanied by succession. We call it dynamization, using fresh glass vials at each stage. And in this way, we are preparing homeopathic remedy. Now, homeopathy is a type of information that can be transmitted using the carrier. Traditionally, homeopathic medicine has, until recently, used mainly globules and solutions. In the last few decades, with the development of vibration medicine and new technologies, works and technologies have begun to appear that allow homeopathic information to be transmitted in the form of frequency recorded on an audio carrier. So we changed only the carrier. The rest of the method, the rest of the information to be applied, the law are still the same, like cures likes. In 2020, not-profit organization Via Homeopathica Hotline was created to provide emergency homeopathic care during the coronavirus pandemic. We walked all around the world. We had dozens of homeopaths in our organization. We treated thousands of cases. And very quickly, we ran into an obstacle. Problems with the delivery of homeopathic remedies. The regular kind methods of delivery were or forbidden or obstructed. We began to explore the possibility of using homeopathic frequencies and were amazed at the success, not only because bypassed the obstacles and managed to deliver homeopathic medicine to any point on the planet where there is internet, bypassing both distance problems and administrative difficulties. Also, we saw the high efficacy of homeopathic frequencies. Sometimes even they worked much more milder and in more shorter period of time than usual homeopathic globals. By comparison of homeopathic remedies in globals and frequencies, in all their subtle subtleties and characteristics is a matter of future research. In the meantime, one of such studies was an experience that took place, pay your attention, in Israel in May, June 2024. Yes, we finished just now. And the result with which I want to share with you are amazing. So first of all, one of the research methods in homeopathy is a proving. A proving is a test of homeopathic remedy on healthy people to identify the symptoms of that particular remedy. Exactly 1 year ago, 7th of July 2024, 23, 1 year ago, we started the 7th global proving. We call proving is we proved one remedy, one of the research methods in homeopathy, as we told, proving. And last July, this last large-scale study of homeopathic remedy, Shungite in Vibe 30C began. In a few seconds, I will show you what is Shungite about, and its results gave us a clear and precise picture of homeopathic preparation based on the knowledge we gained about what this preparation was and how it worked. We decided to expand our research questions into several areas at once: medical, psychological, scientific, and homeopathic. Now, we stand on the verge of new discoveries in holistic medicine. And here, what is the purpose of the proving? Actually, we want to expand the horizons and boundaries of our conscious, and homeopathic proving permit us to do it. Acquire an important homeopathic experience which only provings provide. With the help of homeopathic proving, we can go to the other side of the homeopathic healing and feel by ourselves these forces. The personally experience the substances of the homeopathic research, and of course, to get an irreplaceable direct experience of recognizing the distortion of space and time when being present in a healing space, something that otherwise can only be approximated by reading textbook. So 115 participants from 24 countries, you see here the list, participated in the first stage of this experiment, research, we called homeopathic proving. The results gave us a clear and precise picture of the homeopathic remedy, based on the knowledge we gained about what this preparation was and how it worked. We decided to expand our research, as I told you, for these four angles. How we do it? The second stage of full-scale study, which began in July, continued in Tel Aviv at May 3rd, and more than 150 people signed up to this experiment. So we chose only 60 people who were selected on a strict medical, psychological, and homeopathic indications. So altogether we had 4 groups and 50 people in each. In one group, we gave Globul's Shungite in Vibe 200C, just to understand what is an influence of this substance. It's not a substance, it's an energy brought from the substance. Another group received globules in placebo in globules. We prepared the frequency Shungite in Vibe 200C And actually, we prepared a frequency which is a placebo. It's just a sound. It's a sound without information. Their whole condition for participants in the experiment were very strict. Has not been hospitalized in the last months. Women are not pregnant or breastfeeding. The participant doesn't not suffer from psychiatric illness and is not treated with medication in psychiatry. The participant does not suffer from autoimmune disease, is not under active homeopathic treatment, did not receive homeopathic remedies in the last months, and the patient doesn't receive drugs or psychoactive substances. This was very important condition. And this is the remedy. It means this is the source of the remedy. It's not remedy itself. This is just a piece of Shungite, the stone from Karelia, from Russia. So by homeopathic laws, we prepare the remedy from Shungite, and from this remedy, in a classic form, we prepare the frequencies. So we checked how remedy, homeopathic remedy from the Shungite will be working in comparison with the frequency and two placebo groups. Now, in short, once a big asteroid, I'm not sure you can see it or can hear it, but now one big asteroid came to the contact with the Earth about 2 million years ago, 2 billion years ago. And on this place, I will show you what happened, not there, but 2 million years ago. It is in Karelia. It's near to St. Petersburg, where Professor Korotkov is now. It is far away from Israel, as you see. It is a lake of Onega. It is very beautiful place itself. Before it was like on this picture, I believe we suppose, of course, without house. 2 million years ago, they didn't have houses here. And that's what it is now in the picture. A big crash, a big smash, everything were on a fire and so on. So here, this Shungite was took, and as you see, Shungite first formed during the Paleoproterozoic era, the longest era in the Earth's geological formation, about 2.5 to 1.6 billion years ago. Shungite can be low carbon, medium carbon, or high carbon. Discovered in 17th century Russia in Karelia near Shunga village, name is derived from. Shungite is only found natural in northwest Russia in the upper Zaonezhskaya formation, just northern St. Petersburg. Shungite has been used as a folk medical treatment since early 18th century. Peter the Great set up Russia's first spa in Karelia to make use of the water purifying properties of Shungite, which he had himself experienced. He also instigated its use in providing purified water for the Russian army. As is often the case, everything old is new again. Shungite is a subject of intense research both in Russia and abroad. Its healing properties were noticed several hundred years ago. It was not for nothing that Tsar Peter first opened the first sanatorium near Shungite deposit. Now, a new era is coming when we must not only test the assumptions and knowledge of the past, but also expand them with the help of modern research methods. At the recent international conference in St. Petersburg, Geography of Health, An entire block of presentation was devoted to the study of the healing properties of Shungite. And we met there with Professor Korotkov, and Professor Korotkov, as me and our colleagues, delivered our lectures at this conference. Now, a few words about very important thing, carbon fullerene. Nobel Prize Chemistry 1996, jointly to Robert Carl and Sir Harold Kroto and Richard Smalley for their discovery of fullerenes. Fullerenes are carbons in which the atoms are arranged in a closed shells C60. Antioxidant, antibacterial, antiviral properties used in the medical sector. Fullerene is used in the controlled release of drugs. Electronic industry found in solar cells, diode, and semiconductors. Shungite is the only rock that is made up of fullerenes 60 or carbon 60. Fullerenes are composed of 12 pentagonal and 20 hexagonal faces, which exist together in their molecular makeup to form a geodesic dome-like structure reminiscent of a soccer ball. Now I'll show you this ball. You can see at the left side carbofullerene C60, and on the right side coronavirus. There is obviously no coincidence that carbofullerene and Shungite have antiviral properties. And we, during coronavirus, used a lot of remedies related to carbo, especially carbofullerene was active in this field in treating coronavirus infection. Modern science is now dealing with issues that were refuted by the scientific community just a few years ago. For example, the study of consciousness. I hope that the new frontiers will be expanded every year. And among these milestones, will be research that can show the effectiveness of integrative method of holistic medicine. That was our mission, our goal in our last research. And the homeopathic study of Shungite has begun and continues very intensively in different countries of the world. This is only the beginning. This remedy is especially relevant now in times of great change, reboots, reshuffling, and difficult trials at different levels. Shungite Invite will be able to help millions and perhaps billions of people go through the great transition well. Several colleagues discussed this issue yesterday and today. Just in my words, out of the presentation, want to share with you the very wide range of Shungite as a homeopathic remedy. We saw that this remedy is especially helpful in a very dramatic situations, in trauma, in deep traumas, and actually consequences of traumas on different levels, not only physical, psychological, but mental and even spiritual. We saw and collected a lot of data during this year about effectiveness of this remedy, but now we will be ready not only to show the scientific world and common public the effectiveness of this remedy, but we will be able to supply it to any person who will be needed by using new technologies and homeopathic frequencies. And now I would like to ask Professor Korotkov to give a bio point of view of the results of
Okay.
research.
Yes, thank you very much, Roman, for very interesting presentation. And you see that this new approach to medicine, to health, they are very innovative, and of course, they need a lot of proof. So one way how people believe that it should work, other way around that it is not so easy. All people are different. People respond differently to everything. And in medicine, we know that we have individual reactions even to more strong medications, not to tell about frequencies. That is why, to my mind, this approach may be interesting, it may be very useful, but it needs still a lot of time to be proven. And that's why you need, as doctors, you need a lot of patients, a lot of trials, and a lot of experiments to demonstrate and to understand how it works. So we did very short preliminary experiment. It was 60 people divided to 4 groups. And that's why in every group was only 15 people. And in second test, it was even less. Not all the people came second time. So that's why it was very difficult to make really significant statistics. It was good, but at the same time, it was not bad results. Let me show you maybe some results of this experiment. Yes. Okay, so let's have a look to this. Let me show the screen, share screen. Yes. Okay, so at the screen, you see results of this experiment. And those are 4 groups, as you see, stress coefficient and energy. And first group, it is placebo. And you see that in placebo, we have, in stress coefficient, we have practically same results, while in 2 other groups, stress, in all other groups, stress level came down tremendously. Same with energy. In placebo, energy came down. In all other groups, it came up. So it means that it was proven, just even on this little trial, that both frequency and some globals, they have positive effect on people. And it was only 1 week. So we discussed with Roman that this, of course, those results, they should be taken only as very, very preliminary. Because if you want to prove something, of course, you need to have much bigger groups to make statistics. Second, you need to randomize this group from the very beginning when you divide people to groups. It wasn't done here. And third, of course, 1 week is not enough. It should be longer time. Because people are different, they respond differently. That's why it was proven that placebo had much lower effect, but to my mind, it wasn't very significant difference between frequency with Shungite frequency and without. So that is why this line needs much more time to prove. It was several companies who was trying to make something similar from frequency. And you know that, of course, we have results of Luc Montagnier, Nobel Prize winner, who passed away from us last year. And he has demonstrated that it's possible to change structure of water with frequency. But still, it's an innovative approach. that need to be proven and need a lot of experiments. Otherwise, if you make a very first conclusion and very fast, then it may have even worse effect. So that is why let us move forward. Let us proceed with other experiments, with other trials. Please collect more and more data. Then you would be able to prove to at least interested people. And I see, I would say not to all scientific community, it's impossible, but to people who are interested in this type of new development, then you can prove and then people start using it. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Presentation.
Yeah, thank you very much, Raman and Konstantin, for this presentation. It's good to hear the presentations from different authors, because usually on our conference, we remember for many years, Dr. Vayekov was speaking and explaining the principles and the physics of the homeopathy and how it actually works from the biochemistry point of view, and wonderful lectures. But it's also very, very good to listen about like similar topic from another perspective, plus the very interesting data about the Shungite. Thank you, Raman, for the presentation. We hope that in the next conferences, you will be able to share with us the new results of your research, because this is just freshly cooked. So you will have much more. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Our next presenter is from India, Dr. Shaji Kudiat, who will speak about transforming the medical diagnostics from biomechanical material plane to dynamic energy plane, about the dynamic scientific perspective. So very intriguing topic. Well, that humankind is approaching and approaching and approaching. So here you go, doctor. Please turn on the microphone, and I will allow you to do the screen share. Here you go. The stage is yours. Thank you for coming to the Congress. Go.
Yeah, just give me 1 second to share my screen. Give me 1 second. Is it visible?
Yes, but all the screen with all the titles on the right, on the left. So can you start the screen share actually? Click play or something. Maybe you need to restart screen sharing.
Is it visible now?
Yeah, but we see everything. You need to stop screen sharing. Yeah. Okay, full screen now. Good.
Okay, thank you.
Go.
Okay, so thank you for this opportunity, Dr. Korotkov. I met Dr. Korotkov in Bangalore city long back when Dr. Korotkov visited the AS Vyasa University for yoga. And there I met and we conducted a pilot study to measure the energy of homeopathic medicines using his GDB machine. So now I am here to present some other important topics that will explain transforming the medical diagnostics from a biochemical material plane to a dynamic energy plane, where I wish to present the dynamic scientific perspective which are a new set of scientific hypotheses I am introducing that explains the different perspectives that connect between matter and energy, mind, vital force, and DNA. That will explain many things, including how cancer develops, how DNA regulation takes place, how homeopathic medicines work, and how this energy measurement of vital force can become a possibility for diagnosing diseases in future. So the objectives of this presentation includes how the explaining. Before that, I just wish to introduce myself. I am Dr. Shaji Varghese Kudiyat, Vice President, International Forum for Promoting Homeopathy, and also the Chief Physician and Researcher of DSA Global Medical Center and St. George Homeopathic Research and Development Center in Philippines. drcancer.org is our website. So now the objectives of this presentation include explaining how the mind, vital force, and DNA are interconnected. That is very important in understanding how the living phenomena functions from a holistic perspective, which is not looked into scientifically by the medical science. That is a very important missing link today that we all need to understand and rectify in the soonest possible time. Also, how matter and energy are interconnected, redefining matter. Then how homeopathic medicines work, because one of the most important difficulty for acceptance of homeopathy is the difficulty in understanding how homeopathic medicines work, where chemical analysis prove there is no material ingredients present in it. So how it works, but we all know that it works wonderfully. So how it works? So if the present science is unable to explain, it doesn't mean that it is unscientific. It only means that the present science is inadequate and incomplete in understanding the phenomena of universe. So that's an important area. Then what is acting curatively in homeopathic medicines? How homeopathic medicines work curatively? How cancer develops and how to treat cancer, and how the future medical diagnostics can be modified to an energy measurement where GDV machine can play a very crucial role. These are the topics I will be presenting, so I will be going fast. I wish all of you to give a deep attention so that each points and segments will be understood properly. So, with an introduction of what is science. The intention and purpose of science is to help us realize how and why things are happening within us and around us in the universe. If anything happening within us or around us are not completely understood by the science that we believe today, or we trust today, or we conduct experiments today, it only means that there is inadequacy, deficiency, and incompleteness in the principles of the present science, which needs expansion. So what is wrong with the current medical science and researches are mainly because the researches we conduct as part of our medical study, research studies, in vivo and in vitro studies, does not incorporate the real applications of the medicine proven in such a way that is human being, where the mind and the vital force play key roles in maintaining the living phenomena. Our biochemistry of the body will be different when we have a happy, sad, or angry mental state. But in vivo and in vitro studies never incorporate that, consider that into scientific consideration in understanding the differentiation. It is a huge mistake we are doing. And we are conducting researches in animals where the biochemistry and physiology and physical makeup of an animal and a human beings are totally different. So we conduct a research in animals and applying in human beings is totally unscientific in my opinion. But that is what the mainstream, in the mainstream where we do. Then what is dynamic science, by which I am going to explain all these things. So dynamic science is a set of new hypotheses I am introducing to understand how matter and energy are interconnected, redefining matter in a quantum physics perspective, and also understanding how the mind, vital force, or soul, and DNA are interconnected to define the living phenomena. So how science progress? Science always progress by questioning answers and answering questions. So it is a series of questioning and answering that happened through years of innovative thinking in my mind that led me to the discovery of these new set of hypotheses, which I am proudly presenting before you. So directly getting into the discovery of dynamic scientific perspective or dynamic scientific hypothesis, the evolution of dynamic science and dynamic scientific approach, or DSA, that is a application of dynamic science in the prevention, treatment, and rehabilitation of diseases and in sports, etc. It is developed by the deductive logical analysis of cancer. Actually, my interest was to find a solution for cancer from my childhood onwards. That curiosity led me to innovative thinking process of how cancer develops. So I am presenting the same set of questions that passed through my mind through years of time, where I inquired, studied, researched, and find answers, and ask questions again, find answers again, and series of questioning and answering happened that led me to these new hypotheses. So I am introducing these questioning and answering for you to understand how all these evolved. So the first question was, what is cancer? As we all know, cancer is nothing but abnormal fast multiplication of cells. What or who decide the rate of multiplication of cells? We all simply understand it is decided by the genetic information present in the chromosomes in the nucleus of our cells. Now, what are these chromosomes? As we expand one chromosome, we understand that they are made up of kilometers long DNA structures coiled together and compressed together to form a chromosome. So basically, our genetic informations are encoded within the DNA, and a segment of a DNA which is capable of performing a specific function we define as a gene. So how these genetic informations are encoded in our DNA? As we all know, the Watson and Crick model of the DNA structure, it is a double helix structure where there are basic structures where nucleic acids are shared. 4 nucleic acids, adenine, guanine, thymine, and cytosine, are shared in pairs. That sequential arrangement of these nucleic acids carry our genetic information in that model. And that is the accepted structure today. And we all follow that in our DNA sequencing technique in identifying and applying in various areas. So taking into consideration, I have another question to ask there. If the sequential arrangement of these nucleic acids carry our genetic information, and these sequencing vary from person to person, who is directing these nucleic acids to go and sit in that particular order which decides the genetic makeup of that particular individual or species or living organism in that particular order? Who decides that order? Who is directing these? Who controls that order? So that is an important question for me. And one of the very important hypotheses of dynamic science is an answer to that question. Who decides the sequential arrangement of nucleic acids in the DNA, which decides everything, the genetic makeup of an individual? And before answering that question, I bring to your attention to another important area. My one question, is it visible? My screen is completely visible to you? Is there any obstruction? Somebody can answer me, please. Hello? Can you please answer me? My screen is completely visible to you.
Yes, yes, yes. Very good, very good. Everything is very good. So please
Okay.
proceed.
Thank you. Thank you. So my question is, what is the difference between a living body and dead body? Or if you divide the death process into 3 stages, before death, during death, and after death, what happens during death that can transform the living body to a dead body? So in order to simply understand, we conduct a simple experiment in a living body and dead body where we believe the mind, the brain and the heart, the 2 very important organs that help in the creation and maintenance of a living phenomena. So we study EEG and ECG of a living body and dead body. And it simply proved that EEG and ECG are positive in the living body and negative in the dead body. A very simple experiment. We all conduct these things in our ICU, intensive care units, which help us decide whether a patient is alive or dead. But this carries an important message. And the message is that the living body carries an energy that involved in the creation and maintenance of the living phenomena. When that energy leaves or stop exist in the body, that body become a dead body. So this energy component, which is very important in the creation and maintenance of the living phenomena, that decides the difference between a living body and dead body, is totally neglected today by the science in general and medical science in particular. Is a huge scientific mistake in my opinion. That create a lot of difficulties in understanding health or defining health, understanding disease development, and designing a treatment for the complete cure of a disease. So we decided to make legally many diseases declared as incurable disease, because the physical studies alone is not sufficient to determine how it developed, and incorporation of these dynamic components never happened to completely reverse it. So they legally declared certain diseases are incurable diseases, and the systems of medicine that are available in the world which are capable of influencing these dynamic components are many countries illegal and never allowed to treat diseases like cancer, which can be simply understood and cured by systems of medicine like homeopathy or holistic systems of medicine. These are huge blunders happening in the world, which we call scientifically much progressed, which needed to be immediately identified and rectified, in my opinion. So we identified presence of energy. What is this energy? Under the physics, they define with the 3 parameters for the identification of energy, which we call frequency, wavelength, and amplitude. Frequency is the number of waves produced in 1 second. Wavelength is the length of a wave. Amplitude is the vertical height it travels from the middle portion as per the physics. So every energy has a unique frequency, wavelength, and amplitude. So with this, I defined the new hypothesis of dynamic science, connecting the DNA structure and the presence of the energy which appears in a wave-like form. So when we compare the 2-dimensional picture of a DNA and a wave, we can see the DNA has a wave-like appearance and incidental observation of the presence of energy. That is a very determining factor in creation and maintenance of the living phenomena. So the new hypothesis state like this. The question was, who control the sequential arrangement of the DNA that controls the genetic makeup? And my answer is that the sequential arrangement of nucleic acids in the DNA that carries our genetic information is nothing but a physical proportionate expression of the frequency, wavelength, and amplitude of the energy or the vital force or the spirit that creates and maintains the living phenomena in that organism or in that living organism. So if we can modify the frequency of the vital force of an organism, we can make proportionate changes in the DNA also, if this hypothesis is right. So the next question is it possible to modify the frequency of our vital force? Before answering that question, I am introducing another important dynamic entity that definitely human beings can understand. That is nothing but the presence of mind. And another hypothesis is that each thought that we allow to develop in our mind is an energy with a unique frequency, wavelength, and amplitude. So different thought processes, different thoughts and emotions are different energy vibrational frequencies. So when we allow to live and think, there are minimum 2 energy vibrations coexist in the same medium at the same time, same body at the same time. That is the vital force and the thoughts that we allow to, thought vibrations that we allow to develop and maintain or develop in our mind. So what happens when 2 energy vibrations coexist in the same medium, same body at the same time? According to physics, 2 ways the interactions can happen. One is resonance and another one is superposition or interference. So we can further understand this resonance and superposition by a physics laboratory experiment using sonometer and tuning fork and a graphic presentation. So I am using a sonometer and a tuning fork where I pre-tuned a sonometer and using a specific tuning fork. And please watch this video, the result of that tuning experiment. This is resonance. And this is superposition when 2 energy vibrations coexist in the same body at the same time. They superpose each other and the permanently existing vibrational frequency get modified accordingly. This is very important. Even though it is invisible to our eyes, it is happening in our body each and every moment of life when we allow to think. And this is happening in the multiple areas where we are jamming an instrument or a mobile phone. In many places we are applying it, producing different energies meet and altering the frequencies of the other instrument or modifying it. So this is happening. So this gives some very important ideas to our consideration. This is the importance of disciplined and naturally positive mind. When we allow happy, comfortable, mature, peaceful, and naturally positive, I am specifically telling naturally positive thoughts to develop, allow to develop such thoughts in our mind. Such thoughts will be superposing with the vital force and modifying its frequency, wavelength, and amplitude to a healthy, pure, and stable state, resulting into a constructive DNA alteration or epigenetic change in our DNA. Then what happens when negative emotions or thoughts develop and maintained, like anger, hatred, enmity, depression, grief, jealousy, fear, anxiety, worry, insecurity, guilty feeling, whatever we name it? Such thoughts superpose with the vital force and modify its frequency, wavelength, and amplitude to a destructive frequency, whereby proportionate changes will happen in the DNA, resulting into a mutation or a destructive epigenetic change, producing a respective implication in the physical function. These are positive, constructive, and negative and destructive impact of mere differences in thought process. Very important, totally neglected today by the medical science, very important. Then, another important observation made in my cancer research is that each thoughts have implications and impact to each organ in our body. So if one particular organ, if right breast is affected, we can identify always a specific emotional state connected to the implication of the right breast. If a cancer develops in right breast, we can see in all right breast cancer patient a particular emotional state that fixed that derangement, that DNA that result into the cancer development in that right side of the breast. If left side, there is another reason. Kidney, there is another reason. In the stomach, there is another reason. Lungs, there is another reason. And uterus, there is another reason. Prostate gland, there is another reason. Since the medical researches are limited to the physical body alone, these are never observed in our medical researches. And that is an important reason why cancer remains an impossibility today. So, which are the, one slide is missing, but I remember, so sorry for that, I will explain. Which are the possibilities by which the total possibility of transformation of DNA. So most important thing is from the thoughts perspective, that is from within the human body, that the different levels of thoughts that we allow to develop within us, which already explained. Second thing is the energy vibrations impacting our vital force from outside the body. It can be anything. It can be man-made energy vibrations like X-rays, mobile frequencies, 5G and 6G, or even thoughts of other human beings or other living organisms, energy vibrations from other living organisms, energy vibrations from other machines, man-made machines. All these can superpose with our vital force and produce constructive or destructive alterations in the frequency of our vital force, which in turn can modify the DNA structure, resulting into healthy or unhealthy mutations or epigenetic changes. So the third possibility is from the physical plane through biochemical reactions. So unfortunately, the third possibility is the only possibility scientifically considered today by the scientific world. 2/3 of the important possibilities are totally neglected scientifically. That is a huge reason why many diseases are still remaining incurable. And many diseases are declared of idiopathic causes or iatrogenic origin, other than the side effect of the medicine we are taking. So these are important things which scientific people, genuine scientific people who are not employed by big corporations need to think and out of service to humanity need to spread across the world and rectify, correct immediately for the healthy existence of humanity. So the mind, influence, and other external energy influences are very important. And one more thing, this is how human prayers work on others. If you go to any ancient cultures and civilizations, we seek prayers from other people, and that definitely work, because that are sending positive vibrations for helping other person. It can superpose with the vital force and constructively work, impact that person, provided that person's state of mind is either positive or in neutral state. If the other person is immersed in negativity, the prayer will not work. And also, this is the reason why how spiritual healing takes place. Where in spiritual healing centers, they are requested to forgive, forget. That forgiveness is very important in cleansing the interior. If we keep anger, hatred, enmity, everything in our mind and trying to cure a disease, it never happens. Because this negativity has negative impact on our vital force, which will be definitely imprinting its proportionate derangement in the DNA, and that will be expressed in the functional plane as diseases. So that is how spiritual healing takes place. If you go to any spiritual centers, the first thing is forgiveness. And that is the science of spiritual healing also. Now, I get into homeopathy side. So one segment is over, and I will conclude everything later on. The second segment is understanding homeopathy. My friend already introduced homeopathy to you. So I give a very brief introduction only. So I will pass through that slides very fast. Homeopathy is invented by a German physician, Dr. Christian Frederick Samuel Hahnemann, who lived between 1755 and 1843. Homeopathy word originates from two Greek words, homeos meaning similar and pathos meaning suffering. Homeopathy means similar, suffering meaning. Through our medicine, we are trying to create a similar disease, identical to the disease condition in a sick person, and that result into a cure. I will explain how it happens as we go through. So India leads the world today in producing the most number of homeopathy doctors in the world, even though homeopathy was originated in Germany. The important sources of homeopathic medicine include plant kingdom, animal kingdom, mineral kingdom, no source. They are nothing but disease products, sarcodes. They are nothing but healthy products from human beings and animals. And imponderabilia, they are nothing but energy sources like X-rays, like sun rays, lunar rays, like that. So I'm not going to the details of that. So these are just for your information, the sources of homeopathic medicine. Now, the important principles and doctrines of homeopathy, the most important philosophy or the law by which every homeopathic prescription happens is the law of similia similibus curantur. Then the concept of vital force. In homeopathy is a holistic system of medicine. We believe this vital force, which is an energy level entity that is involved in the creation and maintenance of the living organism. Then the miasms. Miasms are nothing but a destructive forces either from the physical plane or from the energy plane that are deteriorating, influencing the vital force to derange it from a healthy range of frequencies or a healthy state to an unhealthy range of frequencies or to an unhealthy state. Then the drug proving, as my friend explained already how the drug proving happened in a simple manner. So drug proving always happen in healthy human beings, not in animals, and not in vivo or in vitro level. And this is very important. And here the advantage is that we get both the subjective and objective symptoms. When we prove in laboratory or in an animal, we get only objective signs and symptoms, never subjective symptoms. Subjective symptoms are of very importance in a drug proving. Then the drug dynamization or potentization, that is the unique way of homeopathic medicine preparation. I am going to explain more in detail based on scientific perspective, how after potentization, homeopathic medicines are converted into energy level to act in our energy dynamic vital force to result into a cure. Then the individualized treatments. All homeopathy, it is not disease specific, but patient specific treatment. And that is the scientific way of treating. So RCT studies are not so scientific for holistic systems of medicine. So case studies should be the way holistic systems which are individualized in nature should be studied scientifically. Then the law of direction of cure. We have a specific direction of homeopathic cure, which states that the cure happens from the most important organ to the least important organ, from inside to outside, from the reverse order of their appearance. And the reverse order of their appearance, meaning the last developed will disappear first and the first developed will disappear last. So the advantages of homeopathic medicine in a nutshell: no side effect, safest medicine known to the medical science, increases or corrects the immunity of the body, the most important advantage. Then it is a holistic medicine that should be every system of medicine, genuine medicine, individualized medicine and patient-specific treatment, good against both the bacterial and viral infections, no danger of microorganisms becoming resistant against homeopathic medicine. All homeopathic medicines are proven in human beings. Medicinal management is possible against many surgical diseases for which surgery is now done nowadays. Treatment for skin diseases without suppressing them. Treatment against autoimmune diseases, which conventional treatment says no treatment. And best sports medicine and preventive homeopathic medicines are applying is also very wonderfully working. We all notice that in COVID-19 period, arsenic album 30, a homeopathic medicine declared for as preventive medicine by the government of India, Ministry of Ayush, is one of the most popularly used preventive medicine for COVID-19 very effectively. Indian government research studies proved 99.3% effectiveness for arsenic album. So now, how homeopathy become the energy medicine? It is the most important energy dynamic or spiritual medicine in the medical world. How it become energy medicine? How homeopathic medicine works? How homeopathic medicine acts curatively and defining matter based on quantum theory. So we are coming to one by one. So what is matter? Today we understand matter based on atomic theory. Atomic theory is one of the hypotheses we introduced in the process of understanding the activities and chemical reactions happening within and around us. But that failed to explain so many things, other things. So that is why even quantum theory was developed, where the energy concept is there. So the first concept of atom was introduced through two Greek philosophers, Leucippus and Democritus. And they defined atom stating that it is the end, uncuttable end unit of a matter, which is not further divisible anymore. But you look into the present atomic structure, where subatomic particles are there, that itself means the real meaning of atom and the concept of atom we perceive today are totally different. What Leucippus and Democritus introduced and what we study today are entirely different. So we need to redefine matter. So in dynamic scientific perspective, we are redefining matter, stating that an atom is nothing but a vibrational unit with a specific frequency, wavelength, and amplitude, which is spinning in its own axis, remaining stable. So different elements have different atoms where the fundamental units of frequency, wavelength, and amplitude are varied. And in solid state, these vibrational units are heavily compressed and arranged in unique matters in order, which result that uniqueness of its arrangement decides it is whether it conducts electricity or not, many physical properties. And in liquid state, it is loosely compressed. In gaseous state, it is very loosely compressed. In space, it is not at all compressed. And planets are places where we can see compressed forms of these atoms in solid, liquid, and gaseous form. And stars are places where we can see concentrated forms of these energy vibrations, which can come out and go in any time. So this, by which we can understand the entire universe also in a more scientific manner, in my opinion. I can explain. I'm just giving a nutshell of explanation for an introductory purpose only. So with this new definition of matter, we are going to understand the process of potentization by which homeopathic medicines, which are originally prepared from material things, converted into energy, which is capable of homeopathic medicines to act in vital force level, resulting into curative process. So, what is cosmos? You can see a solar system and another picture of an atom as taken with atomic, there is a name called, I forget that name, sorry. Atomic, sorry, leave it. So that there is a specific, this is what is available in the internet and everywhere. So these two pictures are there. So where I am comparing this picture of an atom with that of the solar system, and also bring to your attention of an important similarity between macrocosm and microcosm. What we see in the macrocosmic perspective will be similar to the microcosmic perspective also. So an atom cannot be a different. If we burn a piece of paper, it will produce light, heat, and smoke. If it is made of electrons, protons, and neutrons, from where the light and heat comes? It may produce electrons, protons, and neutrons. It's okay. But it is producing light and heat also. So there are some energy present in it also. That's why I am comparing with the macrocosm like a solar system. There is sun, where energy concentration is there. And along with the surrounding in circles in different orbits, we can see planets moving. And in the space, we can see energy vibrations present there also. So if you take an atom picture like the, or a picture which they say an atom, in my opinion, the center of the nucleus is nothing but a sun-like concentrated energy. And what we describe now as present in the elliptical orbits as electrons are nothing but again compressed energy vibrations in the form of nanoparticles encircling like planets are encircling in the solar system. So in microcosm also, the same arrangement is visible and present, in my opinion, as present in the macrocosm. So this is very important in understanding nanoparticles and in understanding how homeopathy works when it is in potentized form. I think my friend earlier explained the process of potentization. I am not going to repeat it. So defining what is potentization. Potentization is a unique way of homeopathic medicine preparation by which a process of continuous dilution of the medicinal substance with a vehicle through succussion shaking or trituration, grinding through using a vehicle happens, whereby breaking down the compressed energy units in the original medicinal substance to individual energy units or to an energy level, enabling such a liberated energy to superpose and resonate to the vital force to bring back its lost purity and stability when chosen based on the law of similars. And that is the importance of proving in healthy human beings. When we give a healthy, when we give a potentized to homeopathic medicine which carries liberated energy vibrational units of different elements or different compounds where it carries unique energy vibrational frequencies, these remain liberated in the potentized medicine through process of potentization, and this energy will be superposing when given to a healthy person at the time of proving, and these superposing of the energy, liberated energy present in the homeopathic medicine make a temporary alteration to the vital force of the prover, and that will produce the proving signs and symptoms proportional to the energy remaining liberated in the homeopathic medicine. That's why when we prove different homeopathic medicine, it will give different provings. And that we have proved thousands of medicines. And when a patient comes, we take the case of the patient and understand the totality of signs and symptoms, including the unique desires and aversion and everything, a character of a person. And we call it totality of symptoms. And we compare this totality of symptoms with the symptomatology produced at the time of the proving and choose a medicine that produced similar symptoms at the time of proving. And that is the medicine suitable to this person, a sick person sitting in front of us. That means this chosen medicine produced similar symptomatology, similar to the totality of symptoms of this person at the time of proving. It means the capability of this homeopathic medicine to produce a proving by superposing, altering the healthy vital force, deranging it in proportionately, is the same manner there are changes happened in the sick individual that lead to the development of similar signs and symptoms to make that person a sick person. So when we give that medicine to the sick individual, it immediately resonates. So the homeopathic cure happens through resonation. Previously, we have noticed a pre-tuned wire of a sonometer again was struck and brought nearby a vibrating tuning fork. Since it is pre-tuned with the same frequency earlier, the paper right placed on the wire gets vibrated and fall down. Same thing happened when we give a similar medicine to a sick person. That's why the cure happens only when we choose the similar medicine. If you choose a wrong medicine, cure will not happen. And this is how homeopathy works. I hope reasonable minds can understand that, even though the present science fail to understand this, or they totally ignore it, because it has huge opportunities and possibilities, huge scope present in future or from now onwards. So genetic counseling as a curative medicine. In my cancer treatment, the most important, another tool I implement is the genetic counseling session. And this counseling is to transform the mental concept and attitude of a person to a natural, positive, comfortable, and universally acceptable one that allows the development of such thoughts that can superpose the vital force and produce a natural, healthy, curative mutation or change, alteration in the DNA. So understanding which are the abnormal emotional state exists in a patient that lead to the affinity towards that particular organ, that produce that disease in that organ. And the emotions connected to that organ bring that to the awareness of the patient and family. In different patients, different situations exist for the development of the same emotion. And analyze the situation and environment whereby the patient live and help them to realize it and help them to get out of it. We call it genetic counseling session. That is very important also. Along with the properly chosen homeopathic medicine to rectify the damage happened in the vital force plane. So the combination of both can give a complete cure. So how cancer develops? Cancer develops through the destructive DNA alteration or mutation through mind, vital force, and body, through physical plane. But how to prevent cancer? By maintaining the purity of the mind, body, and soul, or vital force. So how to manage cancer? This is the DSA methodology, which whereby I apply this methodology. The step one is not medicine. The step one is understanding the maintaining causes of cancer by case taking and analysis, help the patient and family to realize it by proper counseling and help them to get rid of it, help the patient to maintain the mind at the natural, positive, healthy state through the help of yoga, meditation, prayers, and proper understanding. That is the relevance of yoga and meditation also. These are techniques developed in ancient cultures like India, where stabilization of mind is very important. Our mind has tremendous influence and impact on our physical functioning. When we miss that role of the mind in the production of health and maintenance of health, and even in the development of diseases and curative management of diseases, we merely become business people to sell medicines only that are only capable of working in the material plane or physical body alone. Diseases become incurable and more people are suffering. So it is a collective effort that we need to make a big change, a transformation in our society. The second step is medicinal and surgical management. We appreciate surgical removal in case of cancer or really surgical diseases. And medicinal side, since life is created and maintained by a dynamic entity, we need a medicine that can go beyond the material plane to reach out the dynamic plane to effect a cure. So the medicine we prefer is homeopathic medicine. And second thing is food management. Even though we produced a pure mind, which resonated and produced a pure soul, which impact produced purity in our DNA. For the DNA to implement its purity to the functional plane, it needs of nutritional ingredients. So we need to provide healthy, natural, nutritional ingredients to the physical plane also. That is also important. So maintain the purity of the body also in the physical plane. So now the important topic, transforming medical diagnostics to from biochemical material plane to the dynamic energy plane, where I see the scope of GDV machine. So there is definitely a need for scientific furtherance from material or linear science to non-linear or holistic science. The GDV machines can utilize to measure the energies of healthy human beings and during different disease conditions and organ affinities. And we, through continuous researches, can standardize the healthy range of energy in various joules or in various energy measuring units. And that can act as a comparison, like we compare biochemical sugar values, cholesterol values, where there is a range is there. Similarly, in a healthy state of every human being, we can identify through continuous thorough research, measuring the energy of different living organisms and different human beings of different sexes and different ages. we can measure and standardize the energy of healthy human beings. And we can also differentiate and by measuring the energies of sick individuals affected with the different diseases and organ affinities, which can also be measured and identified. So we can transform the invasive biochemical drug-letting chemical analysis into merely placing a finger in a place where our energy can be measured and diagnosis can be measured. And there is a huge transformation awaiting in medical diagnostics. So GDB machine can be a very important tool for that. I'm bringing to your awareness. And so along with other important information I shared with you, this is also I am sharing for the future benefit of humanity. So likewise, we can measure the energy content of each and every homeopathic medicine and different potencies. So the medicine choice also can become more easier. So with this, I conclude with my take-home message. And the messages are very simple and important. Medical science needs to be furthered to holistic science, from material or linear science to holistic or non-linear science. And homeopathic medicine works in an energy plane, and mind, vital force, and DNA are interconnected. That interrelationship is the most important factors that decide the health of an individual. This relationship is the one creating diseases in our body. The same relationships in its entirety should be utilized in the curative management of diseases, rather than selling mere physical medicines that will create only physical changes, where we are mimicking a normalcy by altering in the biochemistry and altering the intermediate biochemical thing to another thing, so that that chain reaction will not complete. But the initiation happens, only the ending is not happening, but the disease never get cured. That is the reason we need lifelong medication now. Cure never happens. So thoughts has immense influence on our DNA and regulation and DNA regulation. So in cancer development and in the cure of cancer, yoga, meditation, understanding the emotional state and counseling, along with the dynamic medicines and judicious application of surgery become very important. GDB machines can be very important tool in the measurement and transformation of medical diagnostics from the current biochemical material plane to dynamic energy plane in the future. And with this, thank you very much for your patient hearing. Please keep in touch. I appreciate your comments and opinions. Dr. Korotko, please begin with your opinions.
Dr. Shaji, thank you very much for this informative lecture. Well, we all, cross fingers that your messages will be heard, because they are very important for the development of the humankind and for the medicine in all the countries worldwide. So thank you very much for the presentation, and well, good luck in your work and your scientific research. Thank you.
If anybody else wish to make any comment, please make it. Raise your hand.
Oh yeah, we have like 5 minutes left. If
yeah, I left a little time for that. Yes. Also.
So
I wish to hear from others.
Yeah, your people are welcome to raise the hand, and I will turn on the mic.
Yeah, please. You can go to the Zoom participant list, and
Yes,
there is an option for raise hand also. React.
Yeah.
Yeah, somebody's raised hand, Jasmine.
Yeah, hello, sir. I'm a
Yes.
PhD of homeopathy, also
Oh.
doing the same research work, almost same research work
Oh, thank you. Where are you from?
from Rajasthan.
Oh, thank you.
I would like to connect you because your insights were very helpful.
Yeah, definitely. Keep in touch. Thank you
Okay.
for that. Yeah. Appreciate others' opinion also, please. We have few more minutes remaining included in my time. So I left this time for you to comment and listen to you also.
You see, it's very hard for people to switch from listening mode to speaking mode. It's two different brain functions. See, one thing is when you're sitting silent and just listening. And another thing is analyzing. You know that the human brain needs some specific amount of time to switch from a regime of consuming information to analyzing information. Do you know how much time it is needed to switch from one regime to another? It's almost half an hour. So it means once you finish absorbing new information, you need to switch off everything, like stop reading, stop surfing smartphone, etc. And in half an hour, miracle happens. Your brain starts analyzing the consumed information, and then maybe you will be able to give your own opinion about what we have heard. So it takes time.
There are some comments in the box. Dr. Shaji, do you have a list of which emotional thoughts, negativity affect which body parts? Yes, we have. That is our secret that we are selling in our prevention and cancer treatment. So everything I cannot reveal here. That is how we manage our cancer patients. Sorry for that. You mentioned right breast specific thoughts without giving examples. Yeah, we have a set of everything we didn't completed because one lifetime is not enough to complete the research. So we have developed emotional state connected to the common diseases and especially connected to cancer. The most common cancers we already developed, and it is a continuing research. So we are on the process. So that is our secret also to a professional secret also to great extent, which we are selling to our cancer patients. So maybe I can reveal one secret for the right, which I already mentioned, because in right breast cancer originate from unresolved conflicts leading to toughness of mind with the man or authority figure. If the lady is conflict unresolved remaining with her husband or a man or an authority figure, that implicate the right breast. You can check with anybody. If you didn't identify...
There is another question there in the chat. How do you set the baseline for the patient using the BioWell from Nigel?
Yeah, so see, I met Dr. Korotkov long back. His machine was stuck with me, so I was constantly keeping his contact number with me and keeping in touch very rarely and occasionally. So I never used this machine so far. So sorry for that. I am interested to use it and in the future conduct all these things, and that's the reason why I'm interested to present here and get connected to Dr. Korotkov also. I even wish to have a joint research between India, Philippines and Russia, or between our institutions, our DSA Global Center and Dr. Korotkov, to have a combined research activities in the future. I welcome that, and I am looking forward such a joint research activities in this area. That is another thing I wish to present later on to Dr. Korotkov. Dr. Korotkov is not there. I wish to listen from him also. He's not responding.
Bernhard Scholl is asking, can you tell
I'm
us
just listening
something
to you.
about success rates? of your cancer
Pardon?
treatment?
Yes.
Yeah, it has tremendous, huge success rate, and that is my confidence to come and declare. We declare DSA treatment as the best, latest, and safest natural holistic cancer treatment in the world. You see how I get the courage to say that. You saw this is one of my brochures. Can you see this? Here I have a statement. Can you see this? Can you read this statement? I will read it for you. Cancer is a very simple problem. We are afraid of cancer because the present science does not understand and explain how it develops. So we panic and undergo wrong management. Cancer is curable if it is within the reversible limit and if we are able to intercept the progress of the disease at proper time with the right understanding. To cure cancer, we need to know about its real causes and need medicines which can act curatively by acting at the root of the problem, along with the judicious application of surgery. So we have very good results. Only one more thing is, one limitation is, it is the patient who need to heal herself or himself. My duty is to help the patient realize and guide the patient how to reverse the cancer by reversing the same path which the patient traveled to reach the place where he or she stands with the disease. So my duty is guiding the patient, counseling the patient through genetic counseling sessions, and help the patient reverse the problem herself or himself, along with the judicious application of surgery and application of homeopathic medicines.
Thank you, Dr. Shaji. Thank you. It's time to move on. Very much appreciated. And our next lecture will be by Dr. Gururaj, our main trainer in India for the BioWell and top expert in meridians, doshas, Ayurveda, whatever, Gua Sha, so many topics to tell. And today he will tell us about his findings and in the field of the doshas applications and interpretation and the BioWell. And maybe he will have more time to talk about also the Gua Sha and TCM. So the stage is yours, Gururaj. Go.
Thank you very much again, Dimitri, and what a wonderful sessions we had of homeopathy, and I'm really enjoying. Rather than to speak, I want to more listen to so many things. It's wonderful. And immediately when we talk about cancer, Sir Turayama, he's one of the world's motivating speakers in cancer, and he says that psycho-emotional state is the basics of source of all the problems in the body. Now, when we talk about function, we are talking about function in the human body. It's a lungs, liver, whatever organs you take. Any particular device you take, it calculates the function of a particular organ. But what does function mean? Function means that it is responding to some stimuli. So there is some stimuli to which the organ responds. Similarly, every cell in the universe, every cell in the body is formed of the Pancha Mahabhuta, the 5 elements. So this is one of the biggest and important finding, that these 5 elements are responsible for all the types of problems what we are talking today, whether it is psychological or physiological, or it is related with the growth factors and limited problems what we are facing today. These are the 5 elements which are responsible. They are not only the source of our cells, they are also the stimulants of the cell, which means every cell tissue is formed by these 5 elements. And they are also influenced by these 5 elements. To make it very simple, we react to seasons, we react to outside temperature, humidity, and they are the part of these 5 elements which are affecting our body, which are trying to make corrections from within the body. So they're not only the source, they're also the stimulants. They're also bringing about continuous and dynamic changes within our body. So these 5 elements are outside our body and also inside the body. So outside the body, we usually call them by the name as air, atmosphere, we say humidity, we say electromagnetic field, etc., which influences these 5 elements. Inside the body also, we have the same 5 elements, which is functional, which is making a lot of changes. So different science, different subjects, when you talk about homeopathy, when you talk about Ayurveda, when you talk about meridian system, they all are concentrating towards these 5 elements function within the body. So let's look into that. The wood, fire, earth, metal, and water, with a particular combination, they form different organs. And every organ has all the 5 elements, but few of them are dominant. For example, if you take the blood, small intestines, heart, all the 5 elements are present, but the fire element is dominant in it. That's why we say that the blood related or small intestine related or heart related problems are usually connected with the fire, the Agni. Similarly, the lung and large intestine has all the 5 elements, but it's dominant in the metal or air element. So that's why you get all types of, symptoms which are connected with air and large intestine. One of the most important findings in bioel, if you open, you have all right from appendix till the rectum. You have around 6 to 7 readings what you get of large intestine. So much of importance to colons. And that is because you will come to know why it is very, very important to understand the function of large intestine, right? What do we mean? Every organ is formed by all the 5 elements, but some of them are dominant. That's why they have a particular property. So when you get into actual living, we call it as living Ayurveda, which means living with understanding of these 5 elements. And what is the dynamic thing which we do every day? We eat our breakfast, we eat our lunch, we take our dinner, isn't it? And these ingredients which goes inside the body are having effect on all of these elements. So they become the source of stimuli. Now, the 3 doshas. You talk about the 3 doshas in Ayurveda. In Ayurveda, there is no name of a disease. It's only permutation, combination of these 3 doshas. We call them as Vata, Pitta, and Kapha. Right? Now, understanding this particular doshas is in two stages. One, when you're born, of course, it is these particular elements which have formed these cells and tissues. So obviously, you will have a particular formation of your tridosha. You will have a Vata, Pitta, and Kapha. Accordingly, we call this as constitution of the body. That's your property. That's the body's property. But what we are actually talking about and what we are going to measure is not the property of the body, but we are going to measure the deviations from these norms, deviations from how it was before. And this is called as Vikruti. It's called as changes in this Vata, Pitta, and Kapha. But let's get into a little bit deeper into it. This is a relationship between 5 elements and 3 basic energies within our body. Please understand Kapha dosha. It's very easy to understand where all you can have Kapha dosha. Kapha dosha means it is a potential energy. Consider it to be having a potential energy. Like, for example, let's assume that there is excessive mucus formation. You may get into sinusitis. So sinus, mucus formation is there. There is something which is sticky. There is something which is stagnant, which is not moving, which is stuck at a place. This is because of Kapha dosha, increased Kapha dosha. And if you see the composition, The composition is of the earth element with the water element. Without water, there is nothing in this world which can stick, which can bind, because water has a binding energy. It has a very binding energy. We usually in biology, when you're making slides, we use it as a separating medium. But here in biology, inside the body, it is a binding agent. It binds. You can eat any type of sticky food. It will never stick to your oral cavity because of the presence of saliva, which is water. But the same water is required for the formation of binding and sometimes the energy storage within our system. Liver converts glucose to glycogen. It's a storage. And what is required for that? It's a binding energy which is required because it is a anabolic changes. Now, the second element which we are going to talk is very important is thermal energy. It is nothing but fire. What is fire? Fire is transformation. Anything, if it has to convert from one form to another form in the body, you require fire. For example, you are attending a lecture now, you're listening. This lecture what you're listening, the sound waves has to get converted and transformed into material in the brain. So this transformation you require to have pitta. That is the fire element which is very much required. Similarly, body cannot be stagnant in one place. It requires movements, micro movements, macro movements within the body. And this we consider as a kinetic energy, the movement of a hand, the movement of the joints, all the fingers, all the micro movements, what's happening, circulation of blood. Blood has to move from one place to another. So it's the Vata dosha. Every movement is connected with the Vata dosha, and the elements are air and space. Right now, this is how the constitution happens within the body. Now, when you look into this, when we actually look into these, we see that the Vata dosha is with air and ether. According to traditional Chinese medicine, the air element controls lungs and large intestine meridian. The space element controls liver and gallbladder meridian. The pitta is with fire, dominant fire, and dominant fire is with heart meridian, small intestine meridian, pericardium, and triple warmer. And the kapha is with water and earth element. So water, you all know UB, urinary bladder and kidney meridian, and the earth element is with stomach and spleen meridian. Now, what came to our understanding was, in BioWell, we are getting the readings of all of these. All of these meridians, we were able to get the readings. We were able to get the energy readings. Now, when you're able to get the energy readings of these meridians, which are connected to individual organs, and also their pathways, their subsequent actions, functions, this is in PCM, which we all know. But what about this, which is in Ayurveda? According to Ayurveda, it's the same thing, but put in different names, different combinations. So when you talk about the doshas, the doshas are the same 5 elements, combination of the same 5 elements, which are constituted even for your meridians. Same thing. So we already have the details for our meridians. So we were trying to find out how these details can be converted. And if we can achieve at a particular level where we can find out the deviations according to Ayurveda. Similarly, you see the connection with the sun, moon, and air. It's a very important factor where we go in for diagnosis in Ayurveda. Obviously, the same Tridosha concept, origin, it also gives you the same path. But of course, it gives in Sanskrit, so but it's all the same. But what exactly do we mean by Vata? What exactly do we mean by Pitta or Kapha? If you come to the sense organs of the body, the sense organs, you see, every element earth, water, fire, air, and ether. They have a sense connected to that and the communication organ connected to that. It is fixed. Similarly, in Ayurveda, for every dosha, you will have the sense as well as the communication organ, which is connected. Now, simple examples would be like earth element. It is connected with the sense of smell, olfactory. The communication organ is nose. And obviously, the reaction, what is going to happen is with the earth element. Similarly, water element, fire element, air element, and ether. Now, when you, the same slide, I think, yeah, it's the same slide combined. Both the slides have combined. So now the question comes, how are these doshas detected? In Ayurveda, we have what is called as pulse diagnosis. Pulse diagnosis doesn't mean that you're going to only see what is the rate and whether it is rhythmic or non-rhythmic. So we are going to make a complete pulse diagnosis. But there is a challenge. The pulse diagnosis, if you can all observe, is done with the tip of the finger. And why tip of the finger? As Bible practitioners, we very well understand the importance of tip of finger. It's the highest sensitive part in the body. It's connected with the brain. So a very specialized, experienced Ayurvedic Pandit can hold the pulse and he can definitely tell which particular organ is affected or meridian is affected. But for that, the biggest prefix what is required is you should be very experienced to do this. And also it could be subjective. Look at this. When you do a proper Nadi Pariksha, we can get the measure of individual health. It can identify the risks of upcoming diseases, which is very, very important for us to understand. As a therapist, we are not for treatment. We are not for therapy. We are to find out the weaknesses in the body and try to help the patients in such a way that the symptoms are not happening or his problems are getting alleviated even before it is in the symptomatic stage. And this gives an idea of health status. HS factor, if you see in the area diagram, we all have the health status, right? And health status is whether you're in a healthy state, sub-health region, or you're sick, we'll come to know about it. And this is very, very important, identifying the dosha imbalances, which means that particular dosha has deviated from the norm. And it can diagnose in Nadi Pariksha, plenty of problems, which is connected with, and there is no name of a disease in Ayurveda. It's only the combination of Vata, Pitta, Kapha. So this is what happens. Whenever we do a pulse diagnosis, you see, the three fingers of yours, the index finger, middle finger, and the ring finger are placed at the Nadi, radial artery, and then it analyzes several patterns. Like what is the pulse rate? How is it? Is it faster, slower? We call this as Sarpagati. Sarpagati means something which is moving like a snake. Mandukagati means something like a frog, it jumps. And Pitta dosha, most of the people will have this Pitta problems. So you can, if you just hold the Nadi, you will see that you will feel the Nadi prominently in your middle finger, very prominent. And Hamsa is something, Hamsa means swan, very silent, very difficult to hold this Nadi, very difficult to feel this Nadi. But you need a little bit of expertise, but you all can definitely hold it and you can definitely feel the pulsation at the radial artery. But there is only few formula which is used in Ayurveda. And this is the most important formula which we use. Pakvashaya kati sakti shtrotasya sparshanindriyam sthanam vatasya tatrapi pakvadhanam visheshatah. What does that mean? It means that these are the organs what you're seeing there. Pakvashaya means colon. Colon is the most important organ. Large intestines are the most important organ where the Vata dosha starts. So this is why colons are very, very important. We give a lot of prominence in our therapy whenever we talk about the joint pains, low back pains, yeah, lumbagos, colons are very much considered. Similarly, hips, lower limbs, ears, bones, skin, all these areas are vata dosha sthana, and colons are in detail. I can say in detail they are studied in bio. So you can get appendix, blind gut, ascending colon, transverse colon, descending colon, sigmoid, and rectum. All the parts of colons are collected, the data is collected in bio. Further, when you come to the Pitta dosha is again sites of Pitta. If you see, Nabhiramashayah, umbilicus, stomach, sweat, blood plasma, eyes, and again skin. Sometimes you may have rashes on the skin. So when you can have rashes on the skin, usually it is connected with the Pitta dosha. So Pitta dosha sthanas are very much fixed in the body. And then you have Kapha dosha, same thing. Uraha means chest, Kantashiraha, throat. Yeah. Then joints, plasma, adipose tissue, nose, tongue, and all of these values we already have in Bible. Apart from this, we definitely have the combinations of meridian values. What did we do? We used BioWell, and in BioWell, every finger corresponds, the sectors of the fingers are corresponding to individual organs according to Sujuk. Yes, we have, look at that, appendix, ascending colon, transverse colon, descending colon, sigmoid, rectum, prostate, every reading we have. And by that, what you can do is we started to add these particular details. I am very much thankful to Dimitri for this, that he initially did a fantastic JavaScript, which we ran with Bible. And we were able to find out the deviations in dosha. But just by our theory, it is not sufficient. It needs to be, correlated with one of the most important and certified equipment which is available. It's called as Nadi Pariksha, Nadi Tarangini. So we purchased this equipment and we started correlating the data from BioWell and Nadi Tarangini. Let me tell you, Nadi Tarangini is one of the most widely used equipment by Ayurvedic Pandits in not only in India, but also in abroad. And this device is the authentic and certified device for measuring Nadi. Now, the biggest advantage here is that what I told about the experience part of it, to get the details, is not required. So we were able to get all the details from the Nadi. And obviously, this equipment, what we did a Bible reading, and at the same time, we took the Nadi Pariksha, both taken together at the same time. And then we correlated the results, what we got from BioWell to Nadi. Let me just quickly show you some examples of that. Oh, sorry, I required that. Okay, I'll probably should have logged in anyway. So we have a cloud-based system in Nadi. So we can immediately log in and get the details of our patients. So here we go. Sorry, but great. I think we are in. Yeah. And hopefully you're able to see we have a huge data list with us, but because of the time constraint, I'll be going with a few cases. Let us take up one of the case. Now, as I told you, this is a very specialized application and software meant for our doshas, meant for our tri-dosha recording through Nadi Pariksha. So when you do the Nadi Pariksha, you see Nadis are recorded, the Vata, Pitta, Kapha is recorded. And finally, with the AI, artificial intelligence, which is built in the application, it's going to give me the particular dosha for the patient. And at this particular setting, you can see it is at Vata, dominant Pitta. That is, Vata dominant is what we are seeing here. 30% increase in Sarpagati at the Vata location is the major cause of changes or deviation in this particular patient. And because of that, there are plenty of changes what you can get in the body. But what I'm concentrating is at what is the reading what I've got. It's a Vata dosha. Now, immediately before doing this, I had already taken a Bible reading of this particular patient. Right? So just to correlate things, it should be theory should match the practicals. So if I can get back to this patient here, and let me take the timing, the date 7/6/2024. So here, so as you can see, we have the readings taken. It's same Bible readings, and now we have a calculations which was done, and then we have the dosha tab, and in the dosha tab we have taken 3 readings here. On 7/6, 3 readings were taken, and we have, you can see the Vata deviation being the first highest one, and we can correlate this deviation. Of course, there is a Kapha deviation as well, but in all the 3, if you see, we have the increased Vata deviations, and this, when we correlated with the Nadi system with our Nadi Tarangini, and when we did the multiple scans of this particular patient, we were able to get insight of this particular Vata. Kapha is something which is difficult to analyze with the Nadi Tarangini. It's very important because it's very feeble pulse what you're going to get. So you see the quality of pulse here for Vata. It's a beautiful pulse what you've got. For Pitta, you got a very good pulse, but look at the Kapha. The pulse is feeble. So you need to really press the sensor to do that. That's why what we do is we usually do not consider the Kapha, because as long as the pulse is correct. So accordingly, when we have taken multiple records, we see that the major deviations will be taken with Vata. So Nadi gave us this reading. So what did we do? The energies of Doshasthana, we added, and we made 3 columns now: Vata, Pitta, and Kapha, and which were converted into, this was the earlier script what we had. So every readings what we took, how much of deviation it has happened from the norm, and then the maximum deviation we took it as primary Vikruti, or usually we consider the primary Vikruti in our therapies. So 31.3% when we say Vata. So obviously it is the highest deviation what you're able to look into. Now, most important than all, we have been looking right from yesterday about, right from Dimitri's session, we have been talking about the timing. Yeah, we have been talking about the timing of individual meridians. And Dr. Neto gave us the dental part of it. We had one more, the dental part of it. With the same comparison of the meridians and the particular Vata, Kapha, and Pitta duration, which is given in accordance with Ayurveda, right? We were able to modify this chart, and this became our fundamental diagnostic chart in the clinic. This chart is more than sufficient for me to understand which meridian is affected, and if that meridian is affected, which dosha could be affected in the patient, right? Similarly, with the dental chart, we were able to get the deviations, and obviously connected with the Ayurvedic principles here. Now, only one thing what I want to add is yesterday, Dimitri made it very clear that, every meridian is active at a given point of time, right? Whether it is here or here. When you take the lung meridian, it's the same. They are active at a given point of time, but at that particular point of time, some meridians and organs will be weaker. So usually it's a simple table which we take and we get a diagonally opposite meridian which is weak. So if this is active, this is going to be weaker. So accordingly, if you see, both are coming under the same dosha. So ultimately, this connection, what we have of doshas, is very, very important. Both lung and UB, though UB belongs to water element, but at 3 a.m. to 5 a.m., it is under the influence of vata dosha. So that's how we are going to analyze this particular chart, and we can make a lot of concrete inferences depending on the readings what we have got. Then the most important concept is of the ahar, of the food, the diet, what the patient should take. Now this is again connected with your doshas. So if you are able to get the deviations in the doshas as per the program, and when you are able to calculate these deviations, and then you can have a balanced diet, of course, to control these deviations. It's very simple. Fire can be extinguished with water. So obviously, if fire element is affected, you are supposed to work with the water element. Air can be softened with water. So if vata is affected, you have to work with the kapha. So that's why always remember, majority of the cases we just solve by the diet. The first and foremost ingredient or change what we do to the patient is diet control, whatever type of therapy you take. The reason is it alters the doshas. And here we have the permutation combination again of what to lower and increase the doshas, vata, pitta, kapha. This comes only if you know which dosha is affected. If vata dosha is highly affected, then you make change in your food which brings down this vata dosha. If pitta seems to be higher, you make the change in your food where the pitta can come down. Similarly, multiple combinations are provided in Ayurveda, and these combinations can definitely give us a very, very interesting results, especially when we are giving the solution. So when the solution comes into picture, the first thing what you're going to change is the diet, and that will be with effect with vata, pitta, and kapha. And as of now, till date in Bible, we have studied around 165 patients with Biowell and Nadi Tarangini correlation. And we are able to get, comparison result with the Vata and Pitta, considering the Vata and Pitta of nearly around 93%. 93% of the cases, we have got the correlation from Nadi Tarangini and the Biowell reading. So definitely the program doshas, what is being constituted here in Biowell, is going to give us not only the information about the elements, its effect, connected organs, and also its imbalances, the results, which is going to be very useful for us as a practitioners, for Ayurvedic practitioners, to just by, if you are able to get these details within few minutes, or you can find out the doshas changing. Now, one very important thing what we need to understand is your energy parameters may change. The energy parameters may change. Like, for example, if you see this scan is not similar to this scan, and this scan is not similar to this scan, right? But let's look at the yin yang. You see, this is the meridian picture. No much deviation, no much changes in the meridian picture. Similarly, if you come to doshas, you will not have much variations in doshas. Not much variation. The pattern will remain the same, though the energy picture may change. Right? Now, fundamentally, in our practice, what we are doing is we are taking the Bible scan of the patient, and obviously we are considering the dosha element. We are trying to find out the dosha element, and biggest advantage what we are going to have with Bible now is this report can be sent to an Ayurvedic doctor or a pandit for further reference. It can be sent for, obviously, for further reference. Now, coming to the correlation, that's fantastic. Now, after that, what? So I am a Gua Sha therapist, and I do all my therapies in Gua Sha. I have 700 students across the globe, and they perform Gua Sha. And this term Gua Sha seems to be a bit, very ancient. It's the oldest therapy, what I can say. It's one of the ancient therapies. And why I am bringing this topic here now? Because in Gua Sha, we are going to work on one of the most important organs of the body, the skin, directly on the skin. And yesterday we had a beautiful presentation on photonic water, right? The water photons, how it comes. Dr. Gerald Pollack has introduced something called as easy water, exclusion zone water, which every one of us can prepare in our house. And this is also equipment which does that. So there is no therapy which can, start without water. Water is prime. And with either you take a photon water or you take a hydronium water. This is called as H3O plus. Additional hydrogen atom will be there in the core water. So it's a proton water. It's a hydronium ion, what is present. So according to Gerald Pollack, this easy water, exclusion zone water, gives a fundamental hydration in the body. So hydration is very, very important, especially when you talk about doshas. When you talk about doshas, remember that 85 to 90% of the problems or diseases is because of vata dosha, the dryness in the body. And this I am not saying, this has been told by eminent Ayurvedic pandits. So you have to, if you are able to detect the vata dosha deviation in Biowell, please address it at importance. It's very, very important. And addressing it is very simple, improving the hydration, drinking water. Now, I would like to introduce Swami Shivananda. He is from India. Now, what is so special about this gentleman? Yep. This gentleman, if you see his passport, yeah, his date of birth dates way back 1896. And till date, he is alive. He is a yoga guru, oldest yoga guru in the world, and 128 years. We were just looking at the presentation given by one of our colleagues with results with mice. Yeah, he is on planet Earth. And this individual, because of his services, he was also presented with, okay, this in Kannada, I'm just reading out for you. His age when the slide was formed was 125, and he never wears specs. Kannada Hakala means he never wears specs. No medicine taken till date. Never been to a hospital. He doesn't know what a hospital is. He has never been to a hospital. And he is a yoga guru. He does yoga. And remember, yoga breaks the vata in the body. And because it frees all your joints. And this individual has been provided with Padma Shri Award by our Honorable President of India. And you see, 128 years. Right? And what does he say? He's saying, eat the liquid and drink the solid. Means you should drink water sip by sip, like how you eat the food. And the food should be chewed so much that it becomes liquid in the mouth and you can gulp it down. That's a secret. And there are plenty of interviews of this gentleman in YouTube. If you're interested, you can go through that. But what am I showing you? I'm showing you that water can do miracles. And I have also sought for an appointment to take a bioval scan of this individual. And I will be presenting the bioval scan shortly once I have it of this person. It's very difficult to meet this person. He has become you can say a VVIP in India now. Very difficult to sort for an appointment as well. But his teachings are very good. His secrets are drink water. So that's the secret of any therapy, right? Now, any therapy, any problem in the body, any deviation in the body will give us a symptom. And the symptom is pain. Yeah, the symptom is pain. And you have to reduce the pain. How do you do that? And of course, pain is to protect us so that you don't overuse the particular area and damage it further. So it's for the protection. The information goes to the brain for the protection part of it. But you know what? Of course, detection is something which you can always do it with bioval, and it can be connected with your doshas, and you know which dosha is affected. Pain can be there for because of deviation of any of the doshas, vata, pitta, or kapha. Remember, if you have a vata dosha problem, you will have pain in the joints. The movement will be affected, mobility will be affected. If you have pitta related problem, you will have pain in the form of fire, burning pain. Some people say, isn't it? My feet, under the feet, it is burning. I have a burning sensation. It's because of pitta. Wherever you have burning sensation, it's connected with the pitta dosha. And you know, there is some problems people face because of some knots formation from some fibroses, yeah, formation of fibroses. All this is kapha related problems. But the solution is very, very interesting. So in the solution, as you all know, we have 4+1 pillars of healthy living. This 4 pillar we all understand: endocrine system, gut system, autonomic nervous system, emotion and stress. But majority of us do not follow the 5th pillar. And bioval gives us a tremendous opportunity to do that. Dimitri has also made a program for that, and that is understanding the geopathic stress. You all can use your Sputnik. I have shown majority of them that with Sputnik, you can measure, get the activity level of environment or space, and it is equally important in healthy living. If you're living in an area with geopathic stress, your doshas are affected, seriously affected, and because of which there can be symptoms in the body. Of course, it's all connected with the 5 elements again. The same picture will come. Now, according to Ayurveda, we have chronology of problems. Obviously, it's a 6 step. I have mixed the 3rd step there. So biochemistry and physiology, it's combined. So mindset, psycho-emotional state, emotions or lifestyle, and symptoms. Symptomatic stage is when the patient comes to you. Before that, nobody will come. Yeah. And in the symptomatic stage, if you do not take care, it goes into disease stage. Obviously, as a solution, majority of them initially they will surrender themselves to medicines. Not required, please. Water, hydration is the best policy, best thing in pains. And then you move. That's what we say even in Rig Veda, which is the oldest available scientific proof, the Vedas. In the Rig Veda, you can cross-check Mandala 10 and Sukta 9. It's called as Apa Suktam. Apo Ishtamayo Bhava. It's a very, very famous hymn. And it gives the importance of water in the body. So my therapy, Gua Sha, starts with water. And obviously, I concentrate on the Vata dosha in the joints. all the joints. Obviously, you may think that in bivalve, it is difficult to find out which area or which joint is affected because no joints names are given there. Remember that when you're talking about the lower back, the nearest joint is the hip joint. When you're talking about the chest area, the nearest joint is the shoulder joint, right? So when you're talking about the meridians, the lung meridian, the large intestine meridian, one of the most major causes of tennis elbow nowadays. So it's your elbow joint. We know that every joint is important for mobility and they're connected with the Vata dosha. So you have a deviation in Vata, get ready that there's some joints which is going to face the problems. So we do not give any medicines. We ask the patient to be well hydrated and then diet control as per the dosha what we get. And then we do Gua Sha. Gua Sha is a simple therapy. It's a very simple therapy. Like this is acupuncture, you see on the top, cupping you see below. Similarly, to acupuncture and cupping, you have another therapy which is termed as Gua Sha. It's a very simple therapy which is done on the skin, And remember, to do this particular therapy, you're required to have no prior medical knowledge. It is not required. You don't need to depend on any professionals. The patient can do it on his own. And of course, it is done outside the body. Nothing to do with inside body. But the results are proven with zero side effects as of date. Our foundation till date has crossed more than 16,000 cases just in doing Gua Sha. And my students across, they perform this Gua Sha, and it gives us tremendous amount of results, psycho-emotional balance as well as physiological balance. I will also show you the effect of Gua Sha in bivalve, right? So what all can be treated? Almost all the Vata related problems like pain and stiffness, neck related spondylitis, etc. Back problems, very important nowadays. And majority of people have this. Leg pain, including numbness. Systemic diseases, yes. We are taking care of type 2, please. Type 2 diabetes and hypertension, varicose veins. And of course, it can be used as a general massage, and beauty Gua Sha is for beautification part of it. But quickly, let's look at the advantages of this. It's very easy to learn. Absolutely no scientific textbooks are required for this, zero side effects. And the biggest point, the diagnosis and the treatment are done together. I'll show you how it is achievable. And you can do it wherever you want. Very, very quick results. Within 10 minutes, your body can show the results of the therapy. What exactly happens in Gua Sha is there is increased circulation, vasodilatation, increased circulation of blood. And once the blood reaches the cells, affected cells, the body starts healing on its own. There is no much additional part required here. Gua Sha board and oil, what we are going to use for this particular purpose. Only one thing what you need to understand is the directions in which you are going to move the board on the skin, right? I will also try to show you some treatment videos, okay? So shortly, I'll just play the treatment videos. Here you see, this is done, it can be done on the head region. So whenever you feel, you take a bivalve reading and you find that the head region is having some deviated results, immediately do the Gua Sha, and after 10 minutes, you take the bivalve again, and you will be able to see the changes immediately, especially with the lower back, especially with the neck and the lower back. Always use the top to down movements, because that is the reason, that is the way, that is the direction of energy flow in the yang channels, which are dominant in the back of the body. Yang channels are connected with Vata, and they are responsible for majority of your problems, especially in the back. In the back, you have UB channel, urinary bladder meridian, which is connected with all the associated points in the body. Now, you do this for the respiratory system in the chest area and for the knee. It's all just up to down movement by using the board. What you do. One thing what you have to keep in mind is whenever you have a problem or a congestion, obstruction to the flow of blood, energy in the area, blockage in the area, the affected area becomes red in color. We call this as a petechiae. It is an indication that this particular region is having a problem, having some changes within the body system. So I think I jumped few, yeah. Right? So Gua Sha is a very simple therapy, but what effect does it show in Bible? Right? Let me show you some cases. And yesterday, we saw Dimitri being showing one beautiful case. There is nothing wrong in this. I don't find any deviation in energy. I don't find any breaks in this energy parameter. 50 joules of energy for a female is good. When I come to yin yang, yes, I see some weaknesses in few of the meridians there. But the most important tab, if you see the fingers, beautiful emissions, no cuts, no deviations, no undercuts anywhere. But the very important tab which we have to look forward is the balance tab. Look at the balance. Cardiovascular system moving towards the parasympathetic stimulation. Its heart rate is coming down. So what happens? Oxygen supply to the body, to the peripheries will be reduced. So the patient will start feeling fatigue, though he has recorded a very good energy. There will be fatigueness seen in this patient. Lack of interest. Look how many bars are towards parasympathetic, which means it's pulling, it's bringing back the body towards rest. And now please look at the timing, 5:36. The scan was taken at 5:36. And 5:36, as you know, yeah, it is the kidney meridian, which is going to be active. And the opposite to kidney is large intestine meridian, which is going to be weaker. So Vata dosha has taken the effect. So we did the Gua Sha to these points. Point number 1, point number 2, cardiovascular system, heart, very important places. The points are fixed in the body. So we do the Gua Sha. After doing Gua Sha, you have to allow the body to respond. Many of us, when we want to take the records, what we do is we do the therapy, immediately we take the post therapy results. It's not going to give you much changes because the body has to respond. And in Gua Sha, the response time is 10 minutes. So minimum 10 minutes you have to leave. And after that, you can rest the patient. And then the readings were taken. And look at this. With almost the same energy, what happened to balance? It's beautifully balanced. Furthermore, the liver became more active. Here, you see, there is a sympathetic stimulation in the liver. So what does that mean? It means that majority of the weakness, I'm not telling that the energy, I've improved the energy. You can still see that some energy is lower. Like for example, number 3, the colon is still weak. And it's a weak time, it was a weak time. But the imbalances have been corrected. So what does Gua Sha do? Gua Sha removes the imbalances. And this imbalances, I compare the yin yang before and after Gua Sha. You look at that. There is a distribution of energy. Imbalances have been corrected. And furthermore, most important, the symptomatic change in the patient. The patient was more active. And, unfortunately, the patient had a lot of interest to do work at that particular time. I was able to analyze this particular patient's activities, right? But this is how Gua Sha can bring about a lot of changes. I have a directory of studies which I have done, especially with several case studies which we have done. And in all of them, we find that Gua Sha gives a tremendous amount of balance in the energy circulation of the body. And finally, definitely, I would like to also show you some of the videos of the therapies, how it is done, a very quick review of the video. It's all present in YouTube. You can always go through that. You see, I just fast forward so that we don't waste much time. You see, it's a simple movement. Hopefully, you're able to see. Yes, I think, please confirm. I'm not able to understand. Are you able to see?
Yes, we can see the video.
Yes, good. So you see, it's a simple movement of what is being done on the skin. But because you're doing it on the skin, to reduce the friction, you have to use oil. Because if oil is not there, it will be more friction will be there. There could be tissue damage, which is not what we want. And this oil should also have some essential oils in it, so that the redness what you're able to see there in I'll just forward it so that you can see the redness. Can you see this red part which is happening? That's the weakness. That's the weakness which the patient is having, and this oil is going to prevent secondary infections in the area, right? So you can work on spinal cord, you can work on the scapula, and you can work on the small intestine point, SI11 point, very important point. It gives you tremendous amount of result. Apart from this, if you're somewhere outside, it's not possible to do it on the skin. You can just use the board on the clothing for immediate relief. You get almost instant relief whenever you have any stiffness in the area. So this individual had a neck problem. So these treatments, therapies are my camps where I conduct. They're available in YouTube in my channel. So you all can look into the multiple therapies. I've demonstrated almost all the therapies in my channel here. So you can, for a knee problem or any type of problems, you can look into the videos. Okay, and so Gua Sha is helpful, and obviously I am thankful to Dimitri for giving me another opportunity to speak about the doshas, and I am very much thankful for his all the works, the software part of it, what he has done to compile and give us a visual appearance of Vata, Pitta, and Kapha, which has been correlated with Nadi Tarangini, one of the certified devices, and it has been seen that in my clinical practice, this particular tab is going to play an important role. Thank you very much again for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Guru Raj. Thank you for another wonderful lecture for all of us. So I am sure that most of the people didn't know about even existence of Gua Sha. So therapy, so Gua Sha, I don't know the different pronunciations. So and thank you for the doshas explanation also, because you see that one of the missions of the Biowell company is to some kind merge the different you can call them alternative medicine approaches, not allopathic ones, together. So that's why we are adding the Ayurvedic approach, the TCM approach, the dental approach, and the vertebrae approach, so that users can use this in their practice and make a more holistic and integral analysis of the person. So thank you very much once again. Thank you. Okay, our next speaker is Hisham. Well, the questions about the dosha program, etc. These programs are not yet live for everyone, so they will become available within next month, maybe even this month, for everyone to select which one they like in their practice, and you will be able to activate them in your private cabinet on your Biwell account. So, Hisham, are you there? Here you are. I found you.
Yes, yes. Good day. How are you, everybody? How's
Good.
life going with all of you? Hopefully, nice and easy. So, do you hear me? There's any
Yes,
signal?
we can hear you and we can see you. So the stage is yours.
Thank you for the stage. I will keep it. Good. So, good day, everyone. Today, I would be pleased to share with you some information about the science of biogeometry, but not exactly like the last two times we met here, because today I'm planning to demonstrate some techniques practically. So this lecture will be about some information theoretically, and then we go to some harmonization protocols. So what I was hoping by sending you a message yesterday that some of you might have the experience to use exactly Dimitri, the pendulum. And with this, because the benefit of this that I will be sure that you are experiencing a kind of the different rotations we will have here using the pendulum, and then you will be like experiencing the transformation happening to the energy quality we have here with what kind of energy quality we started, and through a few techniques, what kind of energy qualities started to be launched here in this place where I'm giving the lecture. So first, I will be pleased to share some information to So I hope you see the first slide, which is in green background.
Yes, we can see your full screen, all screen, not only the first slide.
All right, fine. So what I would like to share with you of information, it's about the basics on which the science of biogeometry is based. And this is what we call the physics of quality. Because the type of physics we were studying at school, or some of you in the higher level of education, it's what we can call physics of quantity. The biogeometry as a science of energy and science of using the energy of shape, it's depending on the physics of quality, which is completely another type of physics. And as we were taught, also, if you remember, Dimitri, we talked with you the first Biowell course years ago, that the absolute reality it's about 99%, and the 1% up to 2% is perceived reality in which we find ourselves in what we call at the same time the physical world. And the physics of quality is exactly the kind of physics which is dealing with the total reality, the absolute reality. Partly is the 1% of the physical world, the perceived reality, and the rest, which is the major part, which we call the absolute reality. For that, we need to refer back to some of the facts about the ancient Egyptian, which we started to call, from the perspective of this kind of science, the physics of quality, not only the ancient Egyptian, but Egyptian culture, but the eternal Egyptian, because here we talk about a kind of science of energy which is related to the whole higher levels of existence, not only the physical level in which we use our sensories, like seeing, hearing, touching, smelling, and so on, but the higher levels where there is higher sensories with which the other part of existence, as what of creation, is to be also experienced, each one according to his ability and the efforts he's giving to experience part of the hidden part of the existence we are living in. So in the eternal Egypt, the very famous Pythagoras, he was spending there like 22 years, tried to experience and to learn about these sciences in the Egyptian temples. And as he went to the temples, he started to ask them to teach him from the science of the temples, but they said to him, we are not teaching, we don't have anything to teach, but we are temples of experience. It means we are living this connection between us and the laws of nature and these higher levels through their prayers and stuff. And we experience this personally, directly, without having a classic protocol of teaching. And they had basically two types or two parts from which their knowledge are coming. Part one, they used to call Tut or Tehut in the ancient Egyptian language. And this was the part responsible or related to what we call today universal wisdom or universal mind, you can call it also. And the other part was the Mat or Neter. And from Neter, the word came later, nature, and which is exactly the universal laws or universal order. So from this point of view, they were receiving and connected and communicating with nature through understanding and feeling, experiencing the universal laws and dealing with it through the sciences they were developing. And a big difference is between the way how sciences or people living at that time, few thousand years ago, and today, the level of communication, the level of interaction between them and nature in its higher levels. The physical action we are implementing or doing or experiencing today, it's always also not purely full of the material aspect, but even the physical actions we are doing today, whether it's moving or building something or changing something, it's including also higher levels or what we can call multi-dimension aspects. So the physical actions we are doing now today is not only purely 100% as it looks like as a material aspect, but it is including and even the higher dimensions of the aspects in the physical actions we're doing today is the higher percent. And the question is how you can bring harmony into the different daily physical actions we are doing from which our life consists of. We will need to reconnect with these laws of nature, which is responsible of embedding the balance into our daily actions, which we call the physical actions. And then we would have a different level of collective balance in our life, feeling, thinking, and acting. It means we need to try to try to find what kind and what are the different laws of universe and to bring them back into the daily actions and daily life. So the sequence from the beginning until the brain start to realize and situation around us through our conscious, which is also the smaller part from the consciousness, which is 70, 95%, 98% the subconscious, or you can call it the higher conscious, and 2-3% is the conscious, is the following. That first, there is what we call life force, and the life force here is or belongs to the absolute reality, and this life force is the one responsible of feeding this major part of our awareness, which is the subconscious. So after the life force start to feed the subconscious, then life force also on its higher levels will be working all the time independently from our own will. It means we don't have generally a mechanism with which we can force or change the life force feeding into our subconscious. Then this life force is essential to make the blood streaming into our brain useful, because brain will not be receiving the information coming from the senses and building our perceived reality unless brain is alive. So it will not be a living brain without blood streaming in it, and the blood is including and having and feeded with this life force. So at the end, it means that the perceived reality with which our brain is building through the senses we have, the famous 5 senses, it's depending on, at the end of the day, on the life force bringing life to the blood into the brain, making it able to build the picture we see. We will start to repeat some information we already were talking about maybe 2 years ago, just to remind some of the audience and colleagues about the fundaments of biogeometry before we start to do some exercises and some harmonization techniques. So in this slide, we'd like just to share with you that when we talk about laws of nature, maybe some of us would ask about what kind of law of nature, per example. So we have mastering law of nature, we call the law of time. And we have other law, which is the law of resonance. And law of time here is mastering law because it is the one responsible of giving the harmony into the motion. And when the creation started, so it meant that by starting the creation, something needed to be harmonized from the beginning, which is the state of duality. Because when life started to be available and having creation, the level where life is created meant that there is definitely started to be having a motion, and the motion needed to have balance, not to be motion in vain, because with having motion, if you don't have an order which is organizing the forces created in duality, and duality is by definition is almost chaos. So you would need force to harmonize the motion between the 2 parts consisting or creating this duality. For example, when the atom was created, the atom had a nucleus and the electrons orbiting. And without having a balance in motion, by the law of time, as a mastering law coming from the life force, then the electrons will, if they will have not a balance in their movement around the nucleus, then they will skip the orbit, and the atom will vanish, will not exist anymore. So here we're coming to something more related to what we were explaining previously in the last 2 years, which is the type of energy we call the harmonious energy, or the type of energy we are using in biogeometry to harmonize space. So it means we have other types of energy which need to be harmonized or need to have a transformation from its center to be exactly the harmonious energy. When we make a harmonious protocol in some place, we recreate the same type of energy we find in what called power spots worldwide. A power spot, for example, it's where the Great Pyramid is built. And other power spots you will find in many places in the world. But because these power spots from the space here is not big enough that we just try to live around or in it, so the science of biogeometry, which using forms and angles and also numbers, and these are the main materials we are using in biogeometry, plus colors too. It's recreating the same type of energy, which we call the subtle energy or the harmonious energy. When we harmonize the place, we are using a tool, a main tool we are using to measure the energy quality at space, which we call the pendulum. And now I would like to check with you if some of you managed to have any kind of natural pendulum.
I have one for sure.
You have one, that's great. So the one I will be using, if you can see me, is a pendulum looks that way. This pendulum is one of main two pendulums I'm using to check the vibrational condition of the space where I am. The other one, it looks that way. And next question might be, what is the difference? The difference is that this one, we call it the BG16, it's a pendulum with which we can measure if there is a level of harmonious energy from the bottom to the middle level. But if we need to check if there is a high level of BG3, which is a biogeometrical energy, we will be using that one. Why? Because this plexiglass one having here a combination of 3 discs. They are together, we call it a disturbance, actually an interference configuration. Interference, to understand it in a simple way, it's like a break. And because of these 3 discs on the top causing interference, then this pendulum will not be rotating unless there is a high or strong quality of harmonious energy. So when we start to do any of the steps of the biogeometry to harmonize a place, we using mainly that one. And we need to check at space that because this protocol of harmonizing a space, it actually consists of many steps. And to be accurate in doing each step of this protocol, you need always, when you finish the step, to turn it off. Turn it off, it means you don't get an assistance from a previous solution while you were implementing the next solution. So each solution must come to find its sweet spot, the optimum spot where you put your solution to have the maximum effect on space. But if you have the previous one working, then it will be helping and you will have a very big margin of error. And that's why, and because I have harmonized this flat here where I'm sitting, I had yesterday to switch off the solutions I have put a few years ago so I could start to show you what I'm doing. I have here my friend Patrick, who will help me because I don't want to be carrying pendulums and the laptop and everything. So he will be kindly help me with his devices in order to show you what we're gonna do. So are you still awake? Hopefully.
Yes.
Okay. Good. So here, this is a living room. It's about 4.5 by 4.5 square meter. And first, I would like to explain to you how the pendulum works. The pendulum works as a tool with which we measure with our body first, the vibrational state of the space and the communication between our body and the space will be shown on the rotation of this pendulum. It means that I will be asking what direction would mean what. This will need from us to know that the harmonious energy, the vital energy, the life force energy is streaming in the specific direction, which is clockwise. So it means if this pendulum or any pendulum you have, within the time you are interacting with the space or with any piece of furniture, or if you interact even with an idea, so the result of this interaction, whether with the idea or piece of furniture of the space, your body, this is your body, but not only the body, but also your higher dimensions, your vital dimension, your emotional, mental and spiritual dimension will be all responding to the interaction between you and a space, for example. So then here I will be interacting with the space around me and giving this pendulum just the natural position, which is to push it forward and back. I will stand that way so you can see I'm pushing it just forward and back, but I'm not rotating it that way or that way. So I will be pushing it forward and back. It's like giving the car the gasoline. And then you see with the car having the gasoline in what direction it will go. So the condition of the space now here is with this natural position forward and back. I'm looking to different square meters here at space. It's not rotating. It means I manage to shut down the solutions I had here before. And that's why the energy of that space, it's on low level. Comparing to if I will be trying to see another part through this door, the other part here is having different energy quality. If I will be here communicating with, you can see a difference. This is because I didn't shut the solutions outside the living room. Once I'll start to go inside the living room, and the barrier here is the door, it stops to rotate. And I'm inviting you, or the part of you who managed to have a pendulum, to try to imitate exactly what I'm doing. But to help you with some technical points, on which part of the string you have to hold the pendulum. The easiest way is, if you have a natural pendulum, you start to have very small part of the string, let us say 2-3 centimeters, put it over or above your hand, give it a slight push forward and back, and don't focus on the pendulum, just focus on your hand itself, and start to make the string millimeter by millimeter longer until it starts to rotate. And this is as good as your wavelengths, because you need with this to calibrate, or with this you are calibrating your pendulum, that it will measure exactly what your body is experiencing when you interact with the space. If I'll be holding it with the wrong string length, it will not translate what's happening to me when I'm interacting. So I need first to have a suitable string length. For me, it is almost 4 fingers above the. Hopefully, some of you managed to have this. If someone managed, because I don't see your screen now, I'm busy doing something else, you can tell me. So, Dimitri? Do you have any rotation holding your pendulum up?
Yeah, it's
rotating?
approximately 7 centimeters.
All right. If you hold by this 7 centimeters length of a string and focusing on your hand, it is measuring your own energy. Is it rotating clockwise?
Counterclockwise.
Clockwise. Not counter?
Counterclockwise.
Is not good sign.
I need a break.
Are we stressing you so much? So I will look, my dear friend, if we want to change it to the clockwise, I will recommend you to remember something positive happening to you. Like the first time you met me, for example.
Okay.
So I'm also suggesting to our audience and friends to, unless you have very loud background, that you turn off your microphone, because this session is an interactive one. So you don't need to be sitting back like outside of the story. So just turn on, if you like, definitely your microphones and start to communicate while we're working.
Yeah, I have allowed everyone to turn on the microphones who wants to.
Okay, thank you very much. So could you manage to have a clockwise rotation by remembering something positive?
Yeah, remembering
Really?
the first time we met, yes.
Let us say your lovely kids, your lovely family. Is good?
Yeah, it turns into the clockwise mode for a while.
Yes.
But if
Sometimes
I
you
just
lose the focus on the idea.
if I restart, it starts rotating counterclockwise again.
Okay, then it's just a matter of training. So if you, so I would like you to focus on the space here where I am, and tell me if there is a signal of a specific rotation. Just looking through the camera to where I am. By the way, a pendulum must not be something complicated. If you have a string and any weight and you tie the string to the weight, it will be a natural pendulum. It is just that it's the vibration coming to the fingertip. It will be shown through the movement direction of the pendulum. Because if you have just a string without a weight, the resistance of air will not let the vibration at the end of your fingertip visible. I can see someone, as this is Pavel, right? He's having also a pendulum. That's great. See, we have more people. Very good. And we have also Carmen. Thank you very much for sharing the craziness we are doing now. Very good. So I I would like you to try to focus on the space where I am here, which we will gonna change its energy quality to see before we do anything how it looks like energetically, vibrationally. We have also Elizabeth having one. That's great. MGF. Oh, you're great. You're great people. I was always concerned that nobody will care about this pendulum issue. That's great. So if you get a communication with this space where I'm here, imagine yourself living in this place. But don't worry, I will not let you pay the rent. Just imagine that you're living here and communicating with the space here. What kind of rotation you have? Maybe if it's not clockwise rotation, I will understand this. If it is, then because your natural pendulum is detecting through your body the low level of harmonious energy I have here, because I'm still have a kind of harmonious energy level.
I'm getting
But I don't
clockwise.
have. Sorry, yes, Carmen?
I am getting clockwise when I think of your space.
That's great. But now every one of you having clockwise rotation, whatever the strength of this rotation, try to remember it, because when we make the next step of transforming the energy through biogeometrical step, I want you to check if the energy level will increase. You can notice this from the speed of rotation. All right? So I will try now to just I'd like to see where I'm working, not to be bored. So for your information, and it might be important to know that we have here at this space, like you have at your space where you're living, we have here something we call the geopathic stress. The geopathic stress is one of the major issues, problems we have at space, at home where we have. This geopathic stress, the famous two types of lines of this geopathic stress, one called Hartmann-Banker and one called Carey, if you have heard about these names. Each type of them having lines of geopathic stress which are partly horizontal, like a carpet. The width is 20 to 30 centimeter. It's like a level. And this is Carey or Hartmann. And they have also vertical lines. It's like a wall. So you can imagine they are repeating themselves each 2 meters approximately. So imagine a space like this, 4 by 4, 5 by 5 square meter, how many lines it would have from each type, vertically and horizontally. So to imagine the intensity of the stress, vibration, and frequencies we are living in. Now, the solution of the biogeometry using this, what we call 28 disk. I will come a little bit closer so you might see it. Do you see something?
Yes.
Okay. This disk is emitting strongly the biogeometrical energy. If I will focus on it, can you see? And this is even with my pendulum, which is detecting first from a high level. So here I will be checking on that wall. Patrick, ich sehe, dass mein Bild ist klein. Sieht es hier anders? Okay. So I will be going to that wall. Kann ich sehen, wie du mich siehst, dass ich sehe, wo ich bin? I will go to that wall and at a specific height from that wall, there is definitely a line. Whether Hartmann or Banker, doesn't matter, but there is a horizontal geopathic stress line. Is it here? It is there. It is there. I checked it before just to save time, but let us check it with this pendulum and with this tool. When I'm going with this tool from the bottom slowly up, when this pendulum and yours will be rotating stronger, it means the harmonious solution have met a horizontal geopathic stress line. And when I'm exactly in the heart of the line, in the middle, the rotation will be stronger. Let us try to experience this. I will start holding the solution very close to the wall and not focusing on the solution, not focusing on the wall, focusing on the space itself. I don't have rotation. My speed of moving this solution must not exceed the speed of response of my pendulum. It's still not meeting any horizontal line. Look, if you can see, here something happened. And I want to ask you, with you measuring the space here where I am, have you recognized any changes yet?
I think not as fast as yours, but yes, it is anti-clockwise.
Thank you very much. You calmed my heart. Otherwise, I will get heart attack.
I don't know
Good.
if you're able to see it on the camera there.
The point is, we are having different levels of sensitivity. It depends on how much we use a pendulum and how much we can really focus without being distracted. So anyone else detected any increase of the rotation?
Very minor, but I am.
All right. From my perspective, I have entered now a horizontal line. If I will exceed going up, I will lose it because I'm now outside the line, outside the horizontal line. I will need to go back again. But what about if I will move with this solution as I move now vertically to detect a horizontal line, that I move now horizontally to detect, to enter a vertical line? Then we might have more effect. So I can see here, I am in a cross between a horizontal and a vertical line. Any response? I want you to consider that we're doing this with you remotely. It will be easier for you and more recognizable if you will be here with me. Any increasing? Don't forget, you are focusing on my space here. Okay, I will accept this spot. So I will be putting the solution for now here. And I will be, after putting the solution, making what we call environmental criteria checking. Environmental criteria checking, it means I check the space and I check different items we have here at this space, like table, TV, whatever. So the next is We check the space. Definitely, I will not make a full check, so saving the time. So what I experience here is what we call a bump. What is the bump? A bump is an area which is still resisting, although we have a solution here switched on. If you check with me this area remotely, do you recognize any slowing down of the rotation speed of your pendulum? Any negative response?
It's not moving. Mine is not moving. And now it's counterclockwise a little bit.
Okay. What I wanted to say is that after implementing a solution, we make a detection for the energy reflection on that space after having a solution. And when we do this, we detect definitely after just one solution that there is some areas resisting, some areas still not having the transformation done. And that's why we will be simply feeling happy about this first step, but we need to cover it. It means switching it off so we can find freely with other solution a suitable. So it's off, and you should be having less rotation now because we dropped the energy level. Then we will be trying to detect another area where we can put another solution, and it must be at least 2 meters from the first one. First, I need to take the baseline measurement. There is no rotation, starting from the 0 point and going up. Hoping to find another horizontal line. We don't know the last one was Carey or Hartmann. We don't need to know this now. But if the last one was Carey, so the next one will be Hartmann and vice versa. As long as we are within the same less than 2 meters. I start to have a rotation. What about you? Dimitri?
I started at the same time.
Do you have now rotation, Carmen? What about having the solution in that spot?
Yeah, I do, but it's minor.
Okay, but it's more than before.
Yes.
Okay. If you would be here, you would definitely have more contrast between the state of having no transformation and the state of having transformation. So then I will be moving with this solution right and left to check if there is stronger rotation away from that point, depending on if I will be meeting with the horizontal, crossing with the vertical line. It's less, so it's not the direction. So if anyone having a stronger rotation, you may tell me.
No, for me, there is no reaction.
Okay, and here? Still no reaction.
Not for me.
We will check the string length. You may tell me how much time I still have?
Just a minute.
A minute?
No, 15 minutes left.
15 minutes. Okay, thank you. So from my perspective, from where I'm measuring, it's acceptable to put this here. I was even having the plaster sticker ready to save my and your time. So it's okay to put it here, but covered, because I will not make environmental criteria now like before, just to save time. But in real harmonization protocol, we always put a solution and check the effect of this solution on what we call the pyramid of the environmental criteria. A pyramid means there is the less resisting elements down, and going up, we have more resisting elements at space. We call this HRB, just an initial for the meaning of this, what we're doing. So now it is like we started the session. The energy is low here because we shut down both solutions. I will be doing a third solution different than the other ones, because the last two ones we were depending on implementing the tool, which is creating the harmonious energy inside the stress point in the geopathic stress line, whether horizontal, vertical here as a cross, or there horizontal, vertical at the other side of that same wall. The other possibility is, depending on something in biogeometry, we call it the boundary effect. And the boundary effect is when you move from a room to a room through the door, there is here a potential that if you harmonized the door frame area, then the harmonious energy through the door frame, exactly here, will have a strong effect on harmonizing both sides of the door. And that's why you may notice I have here shut down previous solution I made years ago, and another solution having here on that other side. The solution here on the door, which we call doorway solution, consists of these two tools, this desk and this numerical attachment with the number 7 and the number 16. And if you may ask why number 7 and 16, because 16 anyway is harmonious number. And we said before that biogeometry tools with which we implement techniques to recreate the harmonious energy to transform and harmonize the detrimental energy qualities consist of forms. And this is one of the forms I had to shut down yesterday. This was called the space harmonizer. This alone can harmonize to 150 square meters. But not when you put it anywhere. This space harmonizer, you need first to find a head needle size point where harmonious energy emitting. We call this the micro harmonious energy center. And then when you find it, you just do like ancient Egyptians were doing. Have you ever seen an obelisk? I mean, not the two pieces stolen from the Egyptians in Washington and Paris, but elsewhere. Because the idea of the obelisk, to tell you, will help us to understand why this there on this head needle size energy, harmonious energy spot. Because the obelisk was granite, most big part of granite is something we call quartz or quartz. And the quartz has from nature strong ability to amplify the signal. And because the quartz in granite is amplifying the signal, so ancient Egyptians were detecting, searching for the strongest spots, might be 2 square meters by 2 square meters, smaller or bigger, and erect exactly the obelisk as an antenna with the quartz in to take the micro emitted harmonious energy from its spot to be flooding, to be amplified and covering all the village or a small city. Depends on how big the obelisk is. But now the funny thing is that this part of the science behind the obelisk, we didn't tell the French or the Americans by stealing our obelisks, and they might have erected this on not a good signal spot to use it in the wrong way. I will tell them, but once they bring it back. So what I want to tell you, this solution is working according to the same principle. So I had to shut it down to do the work I'm doing now. Back to the doorway solution. We will use, this was about the forms. I show you this Smith harmonizer to show that we use also forms, like we use angles. And this is here 2 examples of the angles. This is an angle we use in the mirrors and windows and doors. This is we call the angle 90. And this very innocent looking angle, it can protect against the emission of the 5G antenna. And the other angle is 66. It's specialized in appliances, electrical devices. And so you have seen an example of the forms, the angles, and the third example is the numerical attachment. The 16 is harmonious number. It has to do with the golden ratio of that 1 to 1.618. Always the 16 is emitting harmonious energy. It's law of nature. And the 7, because 7 as a number is very strong in communication. So we put this desk, and it has something we call a polarizer on it. Maybe you could see something on the desk. A shape. It's a shape on one side and the numerical attachment on the other side. So let us see, because this desk we will try to put on the frame of the door to emit and generate the harmonious energy. It's only working on one side of the door frame. And which side you have to detect this through using your pendulum. So I will start here on that side. Doesn't matter up or down, just I have to detect what side I have to work on and see how the energy of the space is changing. According to my measurement of quality, there is no changes, whether here or on the other side. So it must be the wrong side. So I go to the other side. But when I put this disc on the water frame, on the door frame, I need to check that my finger is not covering the shapes on the disc. So it's not here I can see there is a quality measurement saying there is a rotation, a clockwise rotation, a rotation which is saying that my body, my whole entirety, which is in interaction, in communicating with the space energy quality, is having a vitality at that moment because of me putting this disc at that side of the door. So the space here inside, on that side of the door in the living room, and in the floor here outside on the other side, it's much better than when I'm taking it out. It stopped rotating. Do you have any response? I know that's for you difficult to measure from distance, but I still asking. Hope never dies. Do you detect any? You still looking to this area where the door is? I can see from here a nice rotation, but this is my rotation on the screen of the computer. So, anyone else have any rotation?
Hisham, can I ask you to leave at least 5 minutes for questions for the people?
How many minutes you have?
5.
Okay, so we start now to go to questions.
Yes.
And hopefully you get a kind of a feeling of what's going practically until we have something amazing happen whenever we harmonize the space. And I hope I can show you this. So do you receive any questions, Dimitri?
Well, yeah, I can see some questions in the chat about the where to get these disc circular solutions that you are applying.
These equipments, whether you contact one of the practitioners, I can give you a list of them distributed worldwide to implement these tools inside your space, or I can give you the address from where you can also ask for part of them, because part of them are just giving from Dr. Karim's institution to the practitioners implementing these tools in the space, the home or practice, or part of the tools you can have like these. At least I can arrange for you, because these tools you can use for the electrical cables. So you can harmonize the appliances and electric cable, and also you can harmonize the main electrical panel at your home. When you harmonize, I can assist you with this. When you harmonize the electrical panel, which is governing electricity at your home, and you check with your pendulum any cable or any socket, you will find that there is harmonious energy. And it is a big step that you protect yourself from the electromagnetic field running in your flat, in your home, by harmonizing the electrical panel, the main one. It's normally or used to be beside the entrance of your place. This I can arrange.
Another question coming from me.
Sure.
What is your experience? How much dependent are the results of such measurements on the actual person?
I didn't get the
it
question.
Means I'm more sensitive, another person might be absolutely non-sensitive and no interaction, interactive with the surrounding space.
So first, for every one of us, basically, it needs that you exercise. You need to exercise, because some of you will be distracted, and some of you will be imposing suggestions. And this is a good question, because I have to explain here that biogeometry is not physics of, it's not mental physics. It's not mental radiesthesia, where you ask yes or no. This is a physical radiesthesia, not a mental radiesthesia. What does it mean, not mental and physical? It means it's measuring the condition of the vibration, the energy you have, apart from your way of thinking. Because in mental radiesthesia, the problem is when you ask yes or no, you have already a preferred answer in your mind, at least in your subconscious. And you are imposing with placebo effect a specific answer. So you can hardly be 100% natural when you ask yes or no, because you prefer one side. If you don't recognize in your subconscious, there is a preferred side according to your culture, according to your personification, and so on. So you need to be trained. It is not mental radiesthesia, and it is detecting the effect of the vibrational condition around you apart from your mood and psychological condition. And you can rely on this. I just wanted, while there is possibly other questions, to show you, because I always forget here to share screen from where, because I'm old-fashioned guy, almost 60. So I will need to just to share, yes, this screen. Do you see the screen I have now? This is biowell measurement.
Yep.
Just I want to show you this measurement, and I would be happy to have a kind of sharing on inputs from your end. This is someone I have measured many years ago, and you can see that was shortly before 9 p.m. And I will go very fast through the diagrams, just showing the diagrams, not explaining. Try to remember, do you see this very low level of balance? Okay. And I gave this patient, I gave her something we call biosignatures. And these biosignatures are energy pattern implemented on bronze or silver plates, and you carry them. And these biosignatures are twin energy pattern like the ones you have inside the organs. It's not meridians, because meridians on the periphery, but I'm talking about energy pattern inside the different organs of your body. And when they come into resonance, because of the law of nature called the resonance, the law of resonance, they not flooding energy inside your body, but they are working by centering, harmonizing. It means if there is energy patterns in your organs are high, overactive or underactive, they come to norm. And that's why I want you now to see the second measurement after less than half an hour by putting biosignatures of biogeometry in her biofield, like in her pocket or on a necklace on her neck. Look at this improvement after 25 minutes. Do you remember the last one?
Yes.
And this is and the balance. You can see if we do this. Sorry, I lost it. Yeah, it's here. So this is, for example, if we just look to the balance between and after, just to have more sense, or the high level of stress, almost 5 here, and the organ balance, it was low, and then later on, the organ balance changed from over 40 to over 90, and she did not feel something particular. So she did not feel, and there is no expectation for placebo effect on that matter. Why? Because I was sometimes making these measurements with people where I put the biosignatures in their biofield without telling them even. So there is no placebo effect. I was making one time an experiment, someone I gave the but I always use people who are on high level of stress, because as bad the health condition is, as big transformation you can recognize. Someone having 99% of balance will not recognize significant change. So I just try to find the people who are, let us say, almost dying, and then giving him some biosignatures to see if there is a big change recognizable or not. And I had one time, Dimitri and all your friends, I gave one of them this biosignatures, and the other I said, no, you will not have it, and I measure you after half an hour. But actually the one I said I will not give, I gave him without, and both of them had very good improvement, which means the element of placebo in the equation was not significant. So
Yeah.
I hope
yeah.
you have benefit from this very humble introduction or presentation, not in the classic way like I was
May
doing
I
before.
ask you, please,
Sure.
how can we access or contact with you? Can you give us your contacts, or?
I will after.
Don't worry, everyone will share the contacts. All the videos of all the presentations will be uploaded on the YouTube channel, and there will be contact details of each of the presenters. So
thank you, Dimitri.
or
So
when
just
the
by
next
asking our
lecture will
permission.
happen, Hisham can type the contacts in the chat.
That amazing. Thanks.
So because I'm very, very passionate about this science of biogeometry, it took my last 10 years of life. I always happy to find people who are desire to know about it. And don't worry, communicating with me will not cost you money. Just pray for me whenever you have time.
Deal.
And wish me to be rich. That's also nice from you.
Okay, deal, Hisham. Thank you very much. We have to
I
go.
would like, before I go, to thank my dear friend who was running behind me in this room. Is Patrick. He is our videographer. And with his assistance only, I could be running like a crazy guy in this room, trying to show you the rotation of this pendulum.
Thank you.
So thank you very much, Patrick.
Thank you. It was very interesting.
Thank you very, very much for your
Happy to
assistance.
support
Yeah.
you.
Okay,
Thank you.
we
And
continue.
he is also possibly available if some of you in the US or in France or any place, but just book for him 5-star hotel. He will come to help you.
Come on.
Perfect. Thanks a
you.
lot.
Thank you.
Have a pleasant day.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so we have to continue, and Hisham can, of course, share his contacts in the chat, and any one of you who is interested in this topic, you are welcome to contact him. And this is a good, refreshing lecture, you know, not just theoretical, but also practical for all of us. So now we will continue with the Congress, and the next presenter from Honduras is Dr. Roberto Contreras Rosa, and his talk is about the energies that make the human being work. So his stage is here, and
Hello, I am Roberto Contreras from Honduras. I'm very glad to be with you all at our Congress, Science, Information, Spirits. My conference is related to innovations in the human energy field. Over 70 years ago in Krasnodar, Russia, the esposos, Semyon Davidovich and Valentina Kirlian, both Russian researchers, took pictures around fingers with an electromagnetic apparatus known as the Kirlian camera. Their research studies demonstrated the presence of energy in different organisms and objects, as illustrated herein. An innovation I got to know in 1976 to 1978 as a Honduran medical doctor, specializing in Chinese acupuncture at the China Medical University in Taiwan. This picture you can see Dr. Simon, and Dr. Valentina Kirlian. The experiments are took by a high voltage photography. You can see the fingerprints with the energetic radiation around. In special cases, it gets white as these prints of Uri Geller. The Kirlian energy detected in leaves through beautiful radiations in those leaves, and the other one also extraordinary. You can see the leaf with thousands of granulates. This probably the chlorophyll corpuscles. An experiment with Reverend John Scudder shows a fingertip of this man with a very wide radiation, beautiful one. Kirlian energy found in metallic structures such as keys and coins. At the right side, you can see the radiation of the golden coin. Spectacular. Later on, the esposos start to make experiments with patients. Kirlian energy showing damage in smoker hands. A patient, a smoker, after 1 hour without smoking, he did it. And the energy of the hand, his hand, start to get less in 10 minutes, and in half an hour, it gets only a part of the hands. You can see how the smoking condition of people damage the energy of the body. When the time comes, new Kirlian photography devices with spectacular photographies. For example, the blue color and the fingers all around the body, and beautiful leaves. Dr. Semyon Davidovich, Kirlian doing these experiments already. Later on, Dr. Konstantin Korotkov appointed to continue to research the self with bioelectrical instruments such as the Biowell system. You can see at Dr. Korotkov, a young fellow researches in Russia, and the auras around the whole body taken with the 10 fingers of the hands. According to Dr. Korotkov, the human energy field is the best representation of the physical, emotional, and even spiritual condition of a person. A concept he treats in his book on the energy of health, published in 2018. The principle is based upon the relation of all the fingers of the hands, different organs and systems of the human body, as per the Chinese science of the meridian or energy flow channels and its points. A practical frame is well developed and applied in the field of electroacupuncture by Dr. Reinhold Paul and Dr. Peter Mandel in Germany. As a student of Dr. Paul, I had made many measurements with EAB and Meridian 2 electronic equipment at Biological Medical Center in Cihuatepeque, Honduras. You can see to Dr. Reinhold Paul and Dr. Konstantin Korokov, the fathers of these modern developments. The Chinese classic books report a variety of energies in nature. In acupuncture, the energies that is referred to the human body functions are the most important and is classified as follows. First one, the ancestral, congenital, or primary energy. Second, the acquired energy that comprehends the following three: the principal energy or respiratory energy, the lung energy. B, the nutritional energy of the stomach that comes from pure foods, is the principal energy. And the energy of defense that comes from the impure foods processed in the stomach. Now we see some concepts of the ancestral energy. The origin of life comes from God prior to fertilization in predetermined form. It is the door to respiration, possessed by organs, viscerals, collaterals, and distributed in all the body by Sanjiao or triple warmer meridian. This ancestral energy is located in the middle of the kidneys as a flame, and its functions are thus from the energetic kidneys. It is the primary vital energy and activates the Sanfu organs energy and gives strength and vitality to the tissues. This is not sufficient to maintain the life, therefore acquired energy is needed. About acquired energies, we have the principal energy of the respiration and it is found in the thorax and regulate the respiration, also the heart, and moves nutrition and defense energies to all body parts, following the direction of the meridians. And the defense energy comes from dirty or cloudy energy from poor quality food processed in the stomach and distributed to all of the body circulating outside of the meridians. It is responsible for organic defense and body temperature. The nutrition and energy come from food digested in the stomach. It is responsible for body nutrition and circulates throughout the meridians in a 24-hour cycle, taking 2 hours for each meridian in a sequence known as the organic clock. The system begins at 3 a.m. as a biorhythm of great importance for diagnostic and treatment of energetic imbalance. In this organic clock, the energy moves from 3 a.m. to 5 a.m. in the lung meridians, from 5 to 10 a.m. in the large intestine meridian, from 7 to 9 a.m. in the stomach meridian, from 9 and 11 on the spleen meridian, from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. in the heart meridian, and from 1 p.m. to 3 p.m. in the small intestines meridian, from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. in the urinary bladder meridians, from 5 to 10 p.m. in the kidney meridians, from 7 to 9 p.m. in the pericardium meridian, from 9 to 11 p.m. in Sanjiao meridian, from 11 p.m. to 1 p.m. in the gallbladder meridian, and from 1 a.m. to 3 a.m. in the liver meridian to start again the new cycles. You can see this clock with the hours, the organs and meridians, and also the 5 elements with the yin-yang symbol. It is very common, this chart with the points in the frontal part of the body, the back, and the side. But it's not only those points. The extra meridian acupuncture points are quite enormous. You can see in the face, the lateral part of the face, the upper limbs, the hands, the frontal part of the thorax, the lower part of the thorax, the lower limbs, the thighs, and the fingers of the feet. Also in the anterior part of the legs, from the upper part down to the soles. Enormous quantity of acupuncture points. Also, there are the muscles, transversal, tendons, and cutaneous divergent meridians. Another system of meridians, all joined. They all form a complex bioelectric system in the external and internal human body area, where the major meridians are organized in pairs: lung and large intestine, spleen and stomach, heart and small intestine, kidney and urinary bladder, liver with gallbladder, pericardium with Sanjiao or triple Warman. But also there are another wonderful or extraordinary meridians we can see in the pictures. For example, Daimai. Then the governor basalt in front, the conception basalt. This is blue channel and red channel. The basalt Chun, Yan Chao, Yin Chao, Yang Wei, and Yin Wei. Extraordinary meridian, you can see the distribution of the body in this picture. And this is a schematic major bioelectrical system, the principal meridians. But there are the other meridians, thousands of them, and millions of acupuncture points. The interconnectivity of chakras with the acupuncture bioenergetic system has been joined by the biowell measurements in the yin-yang system explaining of the energy circuits and organs, and in a profound plane constituting the 7 major and aligned chakras. From the inferior part down to the head. 7 main. It means the base, intestinal, solar plexus, heart, throat, the frontal part, or the third eye, and the head chakras. The chakra system makes an aura around it. How come? From the light that come from each one to the outside part of the body, making the light of their own color, and all joined make the different kind of auras. Treated in the last congress, in my conference about these energies. But there is a connection in acupuncture within the chakras and the acupuncture points. We can see from the upper part the 5-way point with the chakra, then this intan point, and Fen Hu, governor 12, the trust with conception basal 22, and the Sui 14 at the back, the heart with Shen Shon and Shen Dog, the governor basal 11. Then the solar plex with Chong 1 or conception basal 12, and Jin Shun, the governor basal 6. The intestines, which the point conception basal 8 in the at the umbilicus, and Ming Men governor basal 4. The first point found thousands of years ago, the Ming Men, or the gate of the life is called. And then the other one, the genital at the perineal area with the point governor basal 1 or Hui Jin. With all this approach, what's going on with the thermographic findings? In a study with thermographic cameras, we have found energetic fields that confirm the existence of channel zones and energy points described in ancient texts in traditional Chinese medicine. The principal books is the Yellow Emperor, classic of medicine, the essential text of Chinese health and healing, the figure of the first emperor, the Yellow Emperor, with thermograph it at the head, we have this figure. Obviously, is a coronary in the head, and this chakra is called the coronary chakra. And then we have here in the middle the governor vessel from the governor 20 down to the vertex posterior area, and bladder meridian at the meridian column level, the head, and going down at the sides of the spine column down to the lumbar area. The bladder meridian at the inferior limbs. You can see, interesting, going to the feet, but these lines are marked at the pictures in the model of acupuncture. Bladder meridian of the legs, showing this description of this meridian. The stomach meridians come from the head to the neck, down to the stomach area, intestine, going to the pubis and down to the neck and feet, as it is shown here. Also, an stomach meridian in his pathway going to testicles. And you can see the upper limbs, the lower limbs, sorry, and going to the legs and the feet. Small intestine meridian at the face and the trunk. All of the description of this meridian. Also, pericardium meridian. You can see the figure going down for the upper limbs, the anterior part going to the palms in both sides. This is the pericardium meridian or sexual circulation meridian. The triple warming meridian at the upper limbs, triple warming from the elbow down to the wrists and hands. The way where the Chinese, they say, they describe these triads also here. And this energy is in organs and viscerals. You can see the upper part of the chest, the abdomen, the pubic area, and here umbilicus, and this line in a patient with surgery in this area, and going down, of course, but they're on track to the legs. The gallbladder meridian at the head is the same, chest and abdomen. You can see the distribution. The gallbladder meridian in man and woman. You see how it is distributed, gallbladder. And this one, at this lady to the right side, from the head, throat, going down the lateral part of the chest, and the liver and gallbladder area. Gallbladder meridians. You can see meridians at the hands and also at the legs to the feet. For example, here is with spleen and liver and kidney meridians down to the legs. The bladder and spleen meridians at inferior members. Bladder and the spleen meridian. The inferior members meridian are spleen, stomach, liver, and gallbladder, related more to the frontal part of the feet. Inferior member meridian as gallbladder and stomach. You see the gallbladder triad, and this is a stomach triad. At the face, we can see some hyperthermic areas as the ear of this two men. The hyperthermic navels, umbilicus, you can see a little bit here, this spot, and this one here in the abdomen. This is a very interesting picture because quite a lot of spots all around in the back, at the side of the body in front. This is related to extra acupuncture points, triple warming and spinal channel meridians. This is triple warming in the hands and forearm and the spinal going down. You see here how from the vertex to the neck, the spine, and going down to the caudal area, sacro-coccygeal area. The back hyperthermic zones complete in the back. And then it's very direct lines of energy. The meridians are visible. This is one of the main findings in these studies. Ancient Chinese texts with channel collaterals of energy meridians in our organisms are visible realities detectable in thermographic studies. The meridians have at least three forms. The classic energy lines as a city electrical system cable all around in a city. Then the meridian are also visible stripes or channels, the common lines, channels. And the third one, the energy channels in circumstances of excess or abundance of energy expand the broad zone to a broad zones that span region in the human organism. Energy zones finding an important observation is that the energy zones are marked and distributed in respective meridian description that can be seen from the head and throat to the thorax and abdomen and go to the superior and inferior member, as it is observed in the main meridian connection. And then these observations is clearly visible in the meridian details, images, as I show you in of the gallbladder, urinary bladder, and governor vessel and two channels. In conclusion, these findings are applicable to alternative biological and complementary medicine therapies to achieve better therapeutic plans and speedy recoveries. Additionally, patient and family comprehension of the true causes of the symptoms or sign of sickness is warranted. The letter is being collected by the author for a future presentation in a BioWell Congress of Science, Information, and Spirit in St. Petersburg, Russia. My general vision, the exposed knowledge and technological findings of the BioWell and thermographic cameras takes us to a superlative scenarios in the biological, bioenergetic, and quantum medicines. From Honduras, thank you very much.
Okay, so this was lecture from Honduras by Dr. Contreras. Unfortunately, he was not able to give the lecture in real time, so he has sent us the pre-recorded lecture, but doesn't matter. We can only respect his willingness to share his experience each time on the Congress, even though English is very hard for him to speak, but still he is doing his best to share his knowledge. Our next presentation will be by Antonia Di Francesco from Italy, who will speak about the EEA technology, a holographic vision on the human system. So, Antonia, are you there? I can see her in the list, but she is not yet connected. Oh, yes, here you go. So please turn on your microphone and video, and you can start. Well, I like the topic of holography because my education is in laser technologies.
Yeah, sorry, but I I have to accept the recorder. So I without this, for me, it was impossible to access.
Uh-huh.
I'm with Manuela. Manuela is with
nice
me.
to meet you. Just in case she needs some
Because
help.
yes, she will help me if I will need of her.
Okay.
Okay, now
you can go.
Bene, okay. Okay, do you see my slide?
Yes, not the full screen, but only like the PowerPoint.
Perfect. Okay. Who I am? Allora, I'm CEO and Scientific Director at IOMED. IOMED è Center for Integrative Medicine in the south of Italy, in Lecce. I'm a researcher and I work on to defining the new scientific paradigm and work in border territories where science and spirituality meet. I'm professor of vibrational medicine at Faculty of Medicine and Surgery in the first level master in natural medicine at the University of Rome. I'm a chemistry. My formation is a degree in chemistry. And I teach psychosomatic, Bach flower in evolutionary paths, quantum naturopathy, and energetic emission analysis for the health profession. Okay. So I want to speak about an holographic vision of the human system, because this permits us to accept the idea that a single finger has information about all the system, the whole system. So it's possible that the emission of light from a single finger can give information about all the system. The single part of the whole have information about the whole. We know that philosophers and thinkers have already hypothesized this, but now the holographic vision give a scientific vision at this that we with reflexology, auriculotherapy, abdominal acupuncture have already empirically demonstrated using this treatment. So I became from the Dennis Gabor, the Nobel Prize for holography. He's the Hungarian engineer that discovers the theoretical basis of holography. But just a lot of years after, it was possible to see the first hologram. In fact, the first image is in the 60th year. And 10 years after, Dennis Gabor has taken the Nobel Prize for his research. The holographic vision is possible only using laser light. And we know the difference between natural and laser light. So only when laser was discovered was possible for Gabor take a demonstration of his idea. So we have the photographic plate where the imaging of an object is registered. On this holographic plate, we see only a pattern of interference when we look it at the normal natural light. To see what is inside, we have to put the same laser with the same frequency that take the picture to this plate. So if I take the image with a laser of a specific wavelength with the same angle at which the picture was taken, I see the image in 3 dimensions. I see the image in 3 dimensions just at the same distance that I put my laser. So if my laser is, for example, at 1 meter from this plate, I will see the image in 3 dimensions just 1 meter from the plate. And this is an information that seems to allora, but the characteristic of our hologram, what is interesting for us, is that just a little piece of this plate has the information about the whole. So if I take just a pickled piece of this plate and put my laser in the same angle, laser with the same frequency, to to take these pieces, we have the image from the plate to emitter, for example, for the precedent example. And this is very useful for us because this is the demonstration, the scientific demonstration that the part has and keep information about the wall. The different is the image when is taken by a piece of this plate. The image is less clear. So a piece of smaller is the piece and less clear is the image. Okay. So we may also have another experiment. The same plate, quindi the same photographic plate, may take a lot of information. So the same plate may have information about a lot of objects that we can take from different wavelength or different angle. So, for example, on the same plate, I can take only changing my angle a lot of objects. If I change the light frequency, I, on the same plate, may capture other imaging, only changing the angle. This to see what is present, what is photographed on this plate, for me is important to put the just laser with the just frequency in the just angle. For example, if I want to see the object that I take at a rectangle, I have to put my laser in the same angle. This idea, this discovery, permit to David Bohm to make an hypothesis of holographic universe. So the idea that the single plate may have a lot of information, this idea put the basis for a lot of other discovery in this field. But before to arrive to David Bohm, Pribram, and the hypothesis of holographic universe, I want just a moment put my attention about the information that the single finger may give us. Because in an holographic vision, where the single part has information of the wall, is easy to accept the idea that the single finger may have the information about the system, but not only the physical system, but information about the physical system, the emotional system, the spirituality, the spiritual system. In the hypothesis that matter is the epiphenomena of what happens in other level where we have an wave interference. So the hypothesis is that the single, the part, may have an access to the information about other level, like the interference pattern that we see in the holographic vision. What do you think about? Okay. Dimitri.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So, if we speak about David Bohm and the quantum field hypothesized by David Bohm, give more information about this vision, because David Bohm hypothesized the existence of a subquantum field that numerically is like the Planck constant, the Planck's constant. So the quantum field is a field that is inside everything, because it's really more smaller than the single atom. Yeah. Okay, so the quantum field is an informational field that permeates everything, smaller than the size of an atom. It informs the space considered empty between the nucleus and the orbital, the electronic orbital. So this became not an empty space, bensì an informed space, informed by the quantum field. Quantum field that is not a static field, but is a dynamic field that take information from the experience of the human. Why the human? Because is connected with consciousness state, like we see between some minutes. This field is smaller than an atom. In fact, an atom has dimension about 10 meters, while the nucleus is 10 at 40 or 50 meter less. The value of constant is really less, so is really smaller. So the hypothesis is that this field permeates everything. And this is like what the Oriental culture, for example, call like Akashic field, a place where all the information are put in, and we, through our consciousness process, we may change, we may have some exchange with this field. David Bohm speak also about implicate order and explicate order. And I try this concept very interesting in the interpretation of disease, because I may read disease like an expression of implicate order, and like therapist, with all the information that I receive by the dialogue with my patient, but by also the bio information, I try to put order, quindi explicate order, in a system where there is implicate order if this system has an illness, a pathology. According to David Bohm, everything is perfect, is a philosophy vision, this. But in a world where, in a universe where everything is in explicate order, everything has a natural path. What seems imperfect to us manifests an implicate order. This is neither an imperfection that our limited vision is enabled to see and transform into perfection manifest. That is the explicit order by David Bohm. It is, if we were not able to connect the single event to the general, we read only a part of it. What seems to our eyes in our limited in this situation, after the discovery of holographic and the hypothesis of quantum field and holographic vision, David Bohm proposed an holographic vision of the universe. David Bohm is a physicist, American physicist, and the English neuroscientist Carl Pribram together hypothesized the existence of an holographic universe where holographic would be the human mind and all the material that we know. In the holographic reality, in the small, there is the information of the whole. So how is possible with the holographic photography? Holographic model of Pribram and Bohm theorizes the information, that the information and all the memories stored in our brain are not recorded in the physical material, but are the results of interfering wave figures or patterns like in the hologram photo. Those explain the ability of the brain to store a huge amounts of information in a relatively small space. With them, the hypothesis of Hameroff and Penrose about the all-core model, human consciousness and its state of awareness would have the role of conductor of all processes, material and immaterial. In this vision, is important for the therapists that use integrative medicine or medicine to know how help his patient to have state of consciousness and awareness always more advanced. Because in this hypothesis, Hill is una mancanza, is the loss of consciousness and awareness. So for the therapist, it's important to know where is the state of evolutive path of his patient to give the perfect solution with the instrument that the therapist has. Every instrument is a good instrument. Every specialty of the doctor has the just instrument to give, to put an inner state of awareness in his patients. So, our core model, created by Penrose and Hameroff, hypothesizes that consciousness originates in the brain from a quantum process that involves neurons and microtubes. That is the big work of Hameroff. The collapse of the wave function will be orchestrated by consciousness. So if I'm able to connect to the quantum field and put order in a system where there is implicate order and not explicate order, I permit the collapse of the function on the wave function and of wellness, for example, for my patient. And I use BioWell also in this vision. So there is the possibility to have the analysis of the mission of individual finger from a psychosomatic perspective. So I may read the sign of a conflict that the person is living in the moment in which is in our became our patient. So there are, for example, the sign of a conflict live during the prenatal period. And if I have this information, it know that the person now has active this conflict. It seems strange that somebody lived during the prenatal period now don't permit to live a life with all the expression of all the potentiality of the people that is closed in this ancient conflict. We may read on the finger the conflict of prepuberal age, or the current conflict that I live in my life. I may recognize the sign of the existential path, the sign to let to be, when I have recalled to think. And I may recognize the psychological axis on the individual finger. All the information are information that came us from the research of Peter Mandel, that is the father of the exogenetic medicine and color puncture, and studied the energetic emission analysis, also in a key psychological and analogical. Somebody of you has used the BioWell to read the psychosomatic information.
Yes, of course.
Yes, of course. In fact,
many of people who are still online, they are BioWell users.
Okay, so it's easy for us. Okay. So I want to see with you some principal sign about this lecture of the emission in physical, emotional, and spiritual waves and spiritual level. Okay. Okay. I speak you without the condivision. I put only the image when we need of them.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. The sign of conflict. How I read when an emission is speaking me about a conflict. For example, okay, I may. Ecco qui. Okay. For example, when I have an emission like this, and now
Yeah,
I
I'm trying
need
to help you.
Okay.
Right.
Eh,
You want to say?
When I see questa emissione a barbetta alla fine.
When there is this kind of peaks, like you can see, it's like a beard that we say on the chin, all right?
Ok, a ore 6.
We will say on the clockwise at 6 o'clock.
This give information about a conflict present in that is correlated with the finger that has this emission. For example, an emission in the
Tom.
Tom.
Yeah.
Give our information that physical, this is a specific area connected with specific place, but psychologically or spirituality give our information that is the time to let it be.
Let it go.
Let it go. Lasciare andare.
Let it go.
Ok. My dear. Quindi noi tratteniamo, il trattenere quindi modelli, schemi limitanti.
So usually we retain schemes or all models that are not useful for us.
So we have some treatment to help people that present this emission to keep away, lasciare andare.
To let it go, I mean, so through the consciousness, because talking to your patient, you can know what is going on, you can tell about conflicts. So the patient has an idea clear about conflicts where to be faced and possibly resolved as well.
The same emission in the
left hand,
second finger.
On the second finger, yes. Second finger.
On the right and on the left give other information. For example, this is the area del bacinetto pelvico.
Or the pelvic area.
E rappresenta il nostro percorso di vita.
And it represents our life path.
Così, quando abbiamo questa emissione sull'indice sinistro,
when we had this kind of emission from the second finger on the left hand,
questo indica che io ho idea di dover apportare un cambiamento importante nella mia vita.
it shows us that we need to put a very important change in our life.
Ma in questo momento è come se brancolassi nel buio.
But we are walking in the darkness. We can't really find the solution because we are walking in the darkness completely.
So it's useful when I find this sign in a patient, give him the solution about what is my know-how to confront himself with this conflict. When this emission is on the second finger on right?
On the right hand,
yes. Questo ci dice che io ho ben chiaro dove voglia arrivare, ho ben chiaro, già fatto delle scelte.
It shows us that we already know, we are absolutely aware that we made choices. We know where we are going,
ma non ho attivato dei processi nella materia, dei processi reali per rendere fattibile ciò.
but I didn't realize, I didn't start yet to do it something on the practice and the practical life, on the material life, I will say.
Ok. Quando ho questo segno sul secondo dito sul terzo dito di sinistra.
Yeah, when we have the same, I will say, scan on the third finger on the left hand.
Dà informazioni su un conflitto in una fase precisa della vita.
He gives us a very important information about the conflict in a very straight situation of our life.
Che sono il 6,
usually between 6 and 9 years old.
Quindi rappresenta un conflitto vissuto in questa fascia di età che io non ho ancora risolto, se è presente questo segno.
Is the conflict which I lived when I was between 6 and 9 years old, but I had not idea about it. I'm still dealing about it.
Per cui per il terapeuta non è importante andare a scavare per scoprire cosa è successo in quella fase di età, l'importante è che abbia uno strumento per andare a lavorare su un conflitto pregresso.
So it's not very important for the therapist to go to try to investigate about what happened during the age, the period of the life of the patient, but it's important to have some instruments, I will say, or therapists to give him a way to face the conflict.
Ok, il segno analogo sul terzo dito di destra invece ci rappresenta la zona del rene, della paura, quindi si collega al circolo funzionale rene, quindi alla paura.
Okay, the same sign on the third finger, but on the right hand, explain us. We talk to us about a specific area of the body. We are talking about kidneys, and especially we are talking emotionally about fear.
Quindi sappiamo che la persona si confronta con questa emozione, che è una emozione da circolo funzionale rene vescica, e quindi possiamo agire in quell'ambito.
So we are talking about a specific area, specific meridian, I will say, kidney and bladder, and we know that this person can really afford the fear, so we can work in that direction.
The same emission in the fourth
finger
of
the left hand.
Give us information about the period of the prepuberal, that is 3-6 years. So also in this case, it's not necessary go to work in these windows temporal of the people, but it's important to have an instrument that works on the conflict. La stessa emissione sul dito invece destro,
the same signs on the other hand, the same finger on the other hand, the right one, talk to us about.
Ci parla della nostra espressione di vivere la sessualità, perché siamo nella zona di nuovo del bacinetto pelvico e quindi lo colleghiamo alla nostra, come dire, al nostro modo di vivere, la nostra componente yin e yang.
Physically, we are in the area of genitals, and specifically, emotionally, mentally, talking to us about our relation with sexuality.
Okay, the same emission on the fifth finger on left speak about a conflict between 0 and 3 years. On the right, speak about the perception of love that we live. I explain better with my friend. Allora, questa barbetta a destra e a sinistra ci parla della nostra percezione dell'amore, come ci sentiamo, diciamo, integrati emotivamente nel nostro contesto.
Okay, so the beard, the same sign I will say on the smallest finger, even right and left hand, is talking to us about love, about our relation with love, if we feel loved, I will say, correct? And how we express ourselves in the field of love.
Is the perception that we have about our earth. In the left is connected with the expression in the prepuberal period. In the right, in the actual period. So when I have the two fingers, it explains us that the perception, the conflict lived during the prepuberal period, during 0-3 years, is present, is now present, and is a condition in
compromise our
compromise
relations.
My relation. So it's important to know in which position of the evolutive path is our patients to give the solutions with the instrument that we like therapeutic have. Per cui una cosa molto interessante che già molti di voi già fanno è la lettura sui 3 piani di esistenza.
So the most important thing Antonia said that she's sure that everybody of you are already doing it, is to read the 3 floors of the human life. I would say the 3 levels of the human life.
Yes. Other. Now I'm okay. So an important some important information give us from the psychological axis, like Peter Mandel teach. So
on the right tone, we find the vertical axis, I will say, it shows to us a disturb of perception of our inner perception, I will say. The person has a very weak consciousness of himself. It's like he's working, again, we said it before, in the darkness. He needs a lot of street point of view, and he needs a lot of disciplines also, because he didn't develop basically the feeling of himself.
Quando noi troviamo questo asse, la persona è una persona che si è autoimposti dei limiti e si è autoimposta una disciplina perché non ha consapevolezza di sé, non ha connessione col proprio sé superiore.
Yeah, this person is not connected from himself. He tried to put himself in a very straight life, but he can't really do it.
Così per noi diventa importante, di fronte a questo asse, permettere a questa persona di entrare in contatto con se stesso, di scoprire la propria mission, di scoprire quello che è il proprio percorso esistenziale per uscire fuori da questo stato di inconsapevolezza.
So what the therapist needs to do to help this kind of patients is to say again, sorry, puoi ripetermi, scusami?
Sì, certo. Per cui è importante permettergli di rompere questi schemi limitanti.
It's very important to try to help the patient to break this kind of limitations, this kind of very straight rules, which are not really a need of the patient. It's just his way to live. It creating, I suppose, a lot of tensions too.
You suppose, very good.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay. When we have, vai, scusami.
So when we are always here on the right thumb, and when we have the horizontal axis, we are talking about the sexuality of the person. It can be hyper or hyper. People suffer for them incapacity to love. They blocked on the flux of give and receive. Often it seems like the sign is a deficit of the mission, so the mission is not clear.
Difficilmente in questi punti noi abbiamo delle missioni in eccesso, in genere un deficit quando le andiamo a trattare.
Okay, so usually they are less emission than more emission when they go to treat this kind of emissions.
E rappresenta proprio un blocco della persona nel riconoscere la propria componente yin e yang.
So it's a block of the person to understand, to recognize the yin and yang energy.
Così è come se fossero bloccati nel flusso del dare e avere, proprio perché non si sono perfettamente riconosciuti.
They didn't recognize themselves yet, so they blocked in the kind of flux to give and to receive and to achieve, because they don't know about themselves yet.
Ok. Sullo stesso dito noi possiamo avere le missioni diagonali che si presentano o come deficit o come
on the same thumb, on the same finger, we can have even the diagonal axis, and they can be again deficit or very, very strong emissions.
In questo caso noi abbiamo un asse diagonale, vedi questo qui.
Sì.
Ok, aspetta che
Here
condivido.
we can see on the scan.
Noi abbiamo questo asse
Yeah.
che parte quindi da destra
Yeah.
e che segnala che la persona trattiene sentimenti ed emozioni.
Okay, so the has from the right, we go watching item there, from the height to the lower part of the peak, is talking about that the person is blocked in feelings and emotions. And then it can be that the person can just explode laughing too much or crying too much, I would say, without a real control of laughing and crying.
Perché non è in grado di monitorare e quindi controllare le proprie emozioni.
Because he can't control his feelings and reactions, emotional reactions. The diagonal from the other side, from left to
Non ce l'abbiamo.
right. Okay, he's talking to other. The person is stuffed, is packed of conflicts, is unable to deal with his emotions, and is always, sometimes he has a big explosion of anger, rage, rancor, but he can't show it, so he suffered a very important rage, but inside himself he can't talk about it, he can explode.
Ok, questo asse ci parla di un coinvolgimento del circolo funzionale fegato-bile.
We are talking about, of course, in a physical floor, we're talking about liver and gallbladder.
Dove nelle missioni del Biowell, per esempio, vediamo. Vai?
Go, finisci che
Ok, dove nelle missioni del Biowell vediamo per esempio la zona del fegato a sinistra in iper e la zona della bile invece in iper nelle missioni di destra.
Okay, so we can see on the emission that the liver is in a very high emission on the left side of the peak, and in the other side, same emissions, very strong. We talk, they are talking to us about the gallbladder.
Perché queste emozioni vengono trattenute e quindi non manifestate, per cui è la bile che viene, la vescica biliare che viene interessata principalmente rispetto al fegato che...
Because the patient, we said before, he can't really express, he suffers a massive, big, huge rage, but he can't express, he can't talk about it. So in this case, we are compromising the gallbladder.
Antonia, scusi.
Sì.
How much time you need? It's already 10 to 6.
Ok.
Quanto tempo c'è bisogno?
No, I
Mancano
need,
10 minuti.
yes, I need just a few minutes. Okay.
Okay.
I can stop here this presentation because every finger has a lot of information. So I just, for example, I want to explain this. This is the information about the psychological assist. Okay. So for me, my relation is about the vision, or the holographic vision of holistic and holistic vision of the emission, energetic emission analysis, but all the information that I give now is just to explain what is the Peter-Mandel vision.
Antonia, it's a very, very outstanding way of making interpretation by comparing the axis and the, upper, lower sectors with the like side sectors. Well, if you can, prepare some kind of a system that can be integrated into the software to help people to make psychological interpretation, we will be happy to work together with you and make such a program.
Oh, thank you, Dimitri. It's okay. It's a pleasure for me listening this from you. Thank you.
Okay, very, very interesting lecture by Antonia. Thank you very much, Antonia. And well, we are coming to the end. It's almost like 6 p.m. here, and I will be the last one to give the presentation today. And for those who are still alive, I will be talking about my small study that I have done recently, the pilot study about the influence of the smartphone on the energetic states of a human being. So the idea of doing different pilot studies and different research is constantly in my mind. Simply, in most of the cases, I don't have enough time to do that. So this is just great luck that this year I had a little bit of time to make small research that I like so much. So let's go. So my name is Dimitri or Mitya Arlov, and I'm Master of Sciences in Technical Physics. Have no education in medicine or psychology, so I am just applying pure logic, mathematics to any field that I study. I am also general manager at the Bio company, and this is a small report about smartphone influence on a human energy state that was made with the use of the BioWell GDV camera. Let's go. I will try to be swift and furious. So smartphones. What do we know about their influence on us? Because everyone has the smartphone, yeah, and by some statistical reports, people spend at least 4.5, 5 hours per day with the smartphone in the hand. I mean, the screen time, because sometimes the screen time is not there, but you're still holding the smartphone in your hand. And like you cannot leave it, it becomes a part of you. So it happens sometime when a very small child, a toddler, from the birth sees that mother and father are constantly with the smartphone in the hand, and at any moment when this toddler sees that mother has put the device, this smartphone, away, takes it and puts it back to the hand of the mother, thinking that this is the right position of this device in this physical reality. So yeah, sad reality. So we are constantly connected to these boxes, and but what do we know about their influence on us? So if you go to the internet and try to search for the types of influences, of course, well, you can find lots of psychological reports about addiction to these smartphones that I have already talked about. But there should be some physiological effect, right? So despite this SAR, something else maybe, but not so much information, official information is there. Well, just to be technical and strict. So mobile phones, of course, they emit and receive, because they have antennas, the mobile signal, the 3, 4, 5G, Bluetooth, Wi-Fi. So everything is inbuilt into this small box, right? So, well, here you see not only the frequencies that for most of the people, like frequencies are like something that you cannot really understand how to measure them. So like gigahertz, what does it mean? So I have converted them specially to see what's the wavelength is there. So that you understand the principle of resonance, when the wavelength is equal or 2 times, 3, 4 times same as some physical object, they become resonating. So, for example, the mobile network, the 5G, can possibly resonate with 3 millimeters size objects, right? While the Bluetooth will resonate only with 12 centimeters big objects. So these are the emissions. So, but if you read the articles, you will think that they're pretty, normal, nothing special there. So the SAR coefficient, the specific absorption rate that is being accepted worldwide as an coefficient of the EMF absorption by the human body, and that is measured in absorbed watts of energy per kilogram. Yeah, so it is being measured for like different values, different norms for the head area, for the torso area, and for limbs, for your hands and legs. So, and each smartphone, if you go and Google it, you will find information about the SAR parameter for each model. Well, we will not question who is doing those measurements, and can we really rely on this SAR measurements? The SAR measurements, sometimes there were days, I think, when iPhone 7 was on air, on the sale, some independent laboratory in the United States has made a measurement and has found out that the SAR is 8 times more than it is declared officially. So I don't know if we can believe in these norms or not. And let's talk a little bit about who suffers the most from all this. So of course we are keeping the mobile phone close to the head, right? When we are talking by the phone, or if we turn on the speaker mode, we hold it here, still near your face. Well, I know that many people are keeping their smartphones in their pocket near the heart, or like near the ovaries for women, the kidneys, like ovaries in this area, in some other pockets. So, but which part is the most sensitive is the ones that has the maximum amount of fluid in it. It's the brain, yeah, and our brain is an electrochemical engine, right? Machine that works, and of course the exchange of signals in the brain is non-stop. So, and it's electromagnetic nature. So it's not only the number of watts that has been absorbed by your head, so it leads to a heating effect, but there should be some other interference, because as long as we all know that if we have a electromagnetic emission and another electromagnetic emission, they will somehow interact and possibly interfere. So as long as we have some standards and norms in this SAR, we don't have anything about the interference and interaction of the actual waves between each other. So there are no norms in this field. So what I'm talking about is that just the interference between the waves, the millimeter wavelength, on which, by the way, our cells are interacting between each other near the millimeter wavelength. And there is an information transfer going on, right? So, well, it's just the visualization. So the ideal wave is like peak, highs and lows, so like black, white, black, white, black, white. So sinusoidal wave. So of course, if it's just high, low, high, low, high, low, like that, without any, alterations, this is ideal wave, but it doesn't have any information in it. So let's imagine that you are sending a signal with an information by some electromagnetic wave. So you're encrypting information in it. So it's coded like here. So it's already not like 010101. That's already some information that can be taken from it. So then, if we imagine that our brain is sending signals there back and forth inside, and there is some other electromagnetic wave that is interfering with this process, and it will lead, like if we are like sending this picture, it should recognize you the QR code, right? So you are sending this QR code from one part of the brain to another, let's imagine. But instead of that, you get this. So sender sends this information, the receiver receives this. This is already a distorted wave. It has no sense, and the information is lost or quite highly damaged. So it means, well, maybe overall, in terms of the watts of energy, blah, 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 the signal reaches its destination, but the information is lost or highly damaged. So it means that by just interfering, the electromagnetic waves will somehow affect the information transfer. So it's not only the heating effect that happens, but also the information transfer that is being damaged, influenced by introducing some other intensive electromagnetic field emitter like smartphone is. As I have shown you, there are multiple bandwidths of the smartphone that it works in. So what do the authorities say about mobile phones and health? So, well, it seems like it's safe to use for many people, and they still like can talk for hours per day. And well, you can find in the internet the on the website of European Parliament a research that is called like that, mobile phones and health, where do we stand? Well, maybe it's like several years old, but not more than 5 years old. Still, at the end, there are conclusions. So where they summarize the yeah, it's 2019, exactly 5 years old. So WHO states that there is a negligible temperature rise in the brain or any other organ. So it means there is no heating effect. So like exclude and forget it. And next, what they say, there is no adverse health effects that have been established. So like we don't know anything about it. WHO says, so nothing can be detected, nothing is there. You're ready to go with the smartphone. You can live with it, you sleep with it, whatever. Then another conclusion that is also given in this report is by the FDA. Well, there are many others by French Health Administrative Authority, etc. But well, I don't have time to speak all of them. But they similarly like the same, almost the same. So FDA says that the results of most studies indicate that there is no connection between health problems and exposure to radio frequency fields via smartphone use. Okay. We wash our hands. So according to these renowned organizations, smartphones are absolutely safe things. There are no short-term effects, no long-term effects. And all those studies about animals are still need to be verified, etc. Well, I don't trust them. But okay, let's go. Everybody has their own opinion, and you can make your own opinion on this topic. On a contrary hand, yeah, well, so use it as much as you want, according to the European Parliament conclusions. So on contrary, our Rospotrebnadzor, well, sounds very strange for a foreigner. So this is a administration, like a administration, that authority that observes the market and all the products that are being sold and also services that are being provided to Russian citizens. So, well, not so long ago, they have proposed recommendations on mobile phone use. And well, I will show only some of them. So what according to the FDA and WHO, you can use the mobile phone as long as you want, no limits. What RPN in Russia says, maximum time of holding the phone near the head is 2 minutes. Blah. Yeah, 2 minutes. Not 20 even, 2 minutes. Next bomb is by them is that interval between the calls, consecutive calls, should be minimum 15 minutes. So you talk for 2 minutes, then you have to wait for 15 minutes, then you can call again. So they also do not recommend to hold these devices near the heart, in the pocket. Do not leave them beside the bed during the night, etc. So there are multiple recommendations that, well, make sense for everyone, but at least this is a governmental authority that is stating these things, you know. I'm really puzzled. How can these recommendations be so different from the view of WHO and FDA? No effects there, absolutely none. No short term, no long term, like nothing. Here, 2 minutes maximum. Well, so I have decided to make my own research. Well, small one at least, but to make my own conclusion on this topic. So we can't trust anyone. Don't trust even me, a crazy Russian scientist. You can check it yourself if you have a BioWell device. So there are multiple ways of doing a study with the BioWell of the smartphone influence. Well, not so long ago, we have shared a protocol of doing such a study with the use of a one-finger scan when you're taking the device, and while keeping the device there, you are holding the phone near the head, so it's a real-time measurement. Well, the only disadvantage in this method is that the finger becomes very sweaty very fast, or you can insert back and forth and do multiple scans without a phone and then with the phone and see just the difference between the graphs. Well, unfortunately, you can see only the integral parameters like the energy goes up or down or not, or intensity or area of the emission, nothing else. If you do the stress scan, then you cannot do real time, so you will have to do before and after. So you will have only the energy and balance parameters, only 2 integral parameters, and you will not see the details. So the third option is to do the full scan. So you do the full scan before, so you see all the tabs, all the information available in the BioWell software, and you can do after. So I have selected the third option, and I have decided to do the full scan because I really wanted to know which part of the body will react. Well, I think the brain, but still we need to check this out. You know, don't trust anyone. No FDA, no WHO. They have compromised themselves a lot during COVID. So, so we are checking it in a full scan mode. So what we can do after that with the use of the BioWell analysis. So we have integral parameters like stress, energy, and balance. So overall stress, psychological and physiological together, energy overall for all the body, all the organs and systems, and balance overall, etc. So these are integral. Then you can go to more details, so you can see the parameters like energy and balance for systems, meridians, doshas, nervous centers or chakras, whatever you like. And if you want, you can go even deeper and study the parameters of specific organs. So That's why I have selected the full scans, because I wanted to go to the load, like the most detailed level, to the organs level. So how did I do this study? So there were 12 people in the study group, and I think that I will have to do more scans because some of the participants didn't show good results. I will explain why. So what I have done double full scan in the beginning, just to see the default state of the person. Then person was calling and holding, like on during the call, holding the smartphone near the left ear for everyone. So not like right, left, only left for 5 minutes. Then I was doing double full scan one after another right after the call, and then repeating it again in 10 minutes. Also double full scan. What is the reason behind this protocol? So why do I do double full scan? Because I need to understand the variability of the person, stability of the person by default. Maybe I will, like, the participant will be so unstable in the by default that, well, like, we will not see anything because of that instability by default. So, but again, when I was calculating the results, I was calculating the average for the first 2 scans, average for the second 2 scans, and third 2 scans. So then I was comparing these 3 values. So what are the results? I will not go into details. So first of all, my idea that the integral parameters will not work, they didn't work. In fact, integral parameters didn't reveal any influence. Before, right after 10 minutes, same story, like small deviations, just like fluctuations, because we are not robots, we are living beings. So stress, energy, and balance didn't work. Another thing, why, like I was saying on the previous slide, that it was very important to do double full scan in the beginning, is that I have found out that for the participants who had very high variability of their scans, initially, they didn't show influence of this smartphone, actually, because they were so unstable by themselves. And now, what are the sectors and the systems that I have found out? The most unpredictable for me was that almost for 100% of the participants, the yin meridian of pericardium has shown a significant change. I don't know why pericardium, it's related to heart, but still it's the only meridian that has stably reacted for everyone. So it has the decrease of the balance, not the energy, but the balance has dropped for all the participants and restored back in 10 minutes. But what's interesting, for 2 participants, the yin of pericardium didn't decrease right after the influence, but did increase 10 minutes later. Well, it could be a miracle or some secret for us, but if we look at the actual values, we'll find out that for these 2 people who had no decrease right after the influence of the smartphone, their initial balance was low. So for those who the balance was higher, they dropped down and then increased. For those who the balance was low initially, it didn't change, but then 10 minutes later it has decreased. I don't know, like the influence of the smartphone had, triggered some processes in the body. I don't know. So, but for all of the participants, it has restoration, increase of the balance of the yin of pericardium meridian. Then, well, more obvious results. Left ear and left side of the face, we have sectors like eyes, the maxillary sinus, jaws, but jaws on the left side didn't react for everyone. Maybe it depends how person holds the phone when talking, but the average influence was more than 20% drop in energy right after the talk, and then restoration in 10 minutes. And second, big reaction has been demonstrated by epiphysis and cerebral zone cortex, not the vessels, but the cortex. So, well, it's logical and obvious for me that these sectors where the phone is actually being held is reacting the most and showing such a big difference in energy state. Well, just to show you a couple of results. So, for example, if we look at the participant number 5, we can see that the stress level has been, it's the 2 scans on the background. So we can see that the stress level is jumping. 0.5 is more than 10% for this person by default. The energy is also like changing before, in between the 2 scans, like 7 or 8%. So it's pretty high variability. And also you see that the first scan is medium dominance of the right hand, while the second scan is high dominance of the left hand. So the person is very unstable. So if we look also on the chakras, we'll see that only 2 centers, nervous centers, the purple and the orange one, are pretty pinned into their position, while others are pretty unstable for this person. So that's why when I have analyzed the results of this person, they were inadequate. So they didn't show the same pattern as other participants have shown. So, and an example, participant number 3, even though the stress level was high initially, but it's stayed like that in between 2 scans in default. Here also there's like 2 points, only below the 5% deviation, and right hand dominance, medium and high, and pretty stable chakras between 2 scans. So for anyone who will be or who have already done some research study with the bowel, you have to take these things into consideration. You have to study the participants. If they are unstable by themselves, you cannot continue working with these patients. Well, only in the case when your aim is to stabilize and harmonize the person, then of course you better take only such people who are disbalanced by default to show higher results with your balancing techniques. But if you are doing such studies I have done, well, it's not good to take such participants as number 5 on this screen. So some numbers, just as an example. I don't have much time to show every graph. So just as an example, the energy value change for the participants for the left side of the face, like the ears, the ear, eye, and maxillary sinus on this side. So the energy before was 477. This is the average of full scans. Then it has dropped down 90% to 3.88, and 10 minutes later it has restored back 5.43. So yeah, there was some kind of stress effect on the person by holding the phone, but well, as a compensation, because our organism is trying to compensate all the influences, impacts. So we can see that the energy has dropped, has shifted up even more than it was before. So this is a compensatory mechanism. So if I would have more time and I could have measured people like half an hour later, maybe it will return back to the initial state to like 4.77, something around that. So what are the conclusions of this study? There is a statistically significant influence of the smartphone on the human energy field, but it's not a general influence. It's mostly affecting the head area the epiphysis, the cortex of the cerebral zone, and like the eye, also part of the brain, ear, where you hold the phone. So there are no general influences, but pretty specific. Well, I was pretty short, and I the half an hour as I promised. So thank you very much for your attention. Like, keep in touch. You have my contacts on the screen, and that's the book that I have written that you can find on internet, and it's pretty small to understand my paradigm. So thank you very much for your attention, and finally, we are finishing this Congress. As I have told initially, well, with the use of the BioWell, you can do the studies and you can check if WHO is fooling you. So with the use of this device, you are your own authority. You can do your own studies and you can know what's truth and what's not. And nobody can actually lie to you because you have these tools in your hands. So those who didn't use BioWell before, start using it. Those who are using, start using it correctly. So yes, Guru Raj wants to say something. Yeah, Guru Raj, you have raised your hand. Do you want to say something?
Yes, this excellent finding, especially in for mobile phones. But only one thing, what I want to add is you told that there was a change in pericardium in all of the cases, and pericardium relates directly to the emotional changes which may happen in a person. So, as usual, when we are talking on mobile phones, changes in the emotions, what they have spoken, and what effect of that has happened on the emotions is what is detected by the pericardium. So, I just wanted to add that.
Yeah, well, you see, I am pretty strict scientist. And of course, nobody was actually talking during these calls. They were just holding the phone for 5 minutes silently. Well, I don't know what they were thinking about during that process. So maybe they were thinking about some emotional stuff that has brought to the change of pericardium. But that was a strange observation that I have found through this research.
Excellent, excellent.
Thank you, Guru Raj. Thank you. So, well, if there are no objections and everybody's happy, I don't know if Dr. Kortkov is here. No, I don't see him in the room. He is here to close the Congress. Okay, so I will do it myself then. So, ta-da! From now on, 28th Congress Scientific International on Science, Information and Spirit is finished. It will become a history and will be published on our YouTube channel. And now we're getting slowly prepared to 29th. 2 years more and it will be 30th, you know? Okay, thank you all for being with us this weekend. All the best to you. Have the good rest of the weekend and hope we will get in touch again.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Thank you, everyone.
Bye.
Thank you for being here. Thank you, Dimitri. Love you.
Thank you, Dimitri.
Thank you, everyone.
Ciao, ciao.
Thank you from India and Philippines.
Thank you from Switzerland and also Egypt. Good idea.
Thank you from Sri Lanka.
Yeah, Sri Lanka, Brazil, India, Philippines, Germany and Austria, France. Who else I see
Nice
here?
to see you,
United
Elizabeth.
States. From,
Nice to see you, Aisha.
from Taiwan, I see Francis Chen is still listed here.
Elizabeth, see you soon.
Yes, please.